Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call to order the special magistrate hearing for today, June 7th. It's 9 a.m. My name is Amity Barnard. I'm the special magistrate for this morning's hearing. The first thing I'm going to do is, if you're here to testify on any of the cases on today's agenda, if you could stand and raise your right hands for me. I'm going to swear everybody in at the same time. And if you can't stand, that's okay. Just raise your right hands for me. Anybody who's going to testify on any case today? Do you all swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you all. You may be seated. So a bit about process. Nearly all of these are violation hearings with the exception of fine mitigations, and those will change at the end. But for the violation hearings, when you hear your case called, the city code officer will come to the podium to my left. You will come to the podium to my right. The city will put on its case. You will then get an opportunity when they're finished to present any evidence, cross-examine any witnesses, present any testimony you'd like me to consider. And at the end of that, I'll make a final ruling. Just remember, all your testimony this morning is given under oath. So with that in mind, I'll turn it to the city for the first case.
Agenda item number 2, case number is CE 22110196. Case address is 630 49th Street.
Good morning. I'm Richard McCoy with Department of Developmental Services. This is case CE 22110196, 630 49th Street. There were doors, windows, a roof, and a fence installed without a permit. The violation was written on 10/31/2022. Let's see, it was the certified mail and regular mail on 5/15/2023. It was sent to City Hall on 5/15/2023. It was posted on the property on 5/15/2023, the notice of violation. Let's see, it was delivered to a Stephen Duke on 5/18/2023. Let's see. When I arrived at the property, I noticed that the windows were new, the roof had been done within the last 5 to 8 years, and there was a new fence. So I wrote the red tag. Let's see. And I took pictures. So let's see.
Okay, everybody, one moment, please.
All right, bear with the city. It appears there's a bit of technical difficulty, so we're going to take a 5-minute recess. It's 9:04. If they get it resolved before that, if you're here to testify, don't go too far. But we'll take a brief recess so that they can get the computer system, restarted or corrected. Thank you.
Mr. McCoy? Come on up.
All right, with that, we'll reconvene. It's now 9:13. It looks like the technical difficulties have been resumed, so go ahead, Code Officer, and continue with your testimony.
Mr. McCoy, let me lead you through everything else. With respect to 630 49th Street that we were here for just a few minutes ago, did you issue a stop work order or red tag?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sure. We're still talking about 630 49th Street. Did you issue a red tag or stop work order?
I did.
Okay. Have you had any communication from the owner or anybody representing the owner?
I have.
And what was the content of that conversation?
He claimed that he was the owner, this is the gentleman here,
Okay.
that he bought the house after, he believes after the red tag was written. This doesn't unfortunately matter to the red tag.
Okay. With respect to, let's describe what you were seeing. You saw a fence or a gate. What is it that you saw? A metal fence? What did you see?
Wooden fence.
A wooden
Wooden
fence?
fence, yeah.
On the, all around the property, on the front? What are we talking about?
I'd have to look at the pictures. I don't
Okay.
remember, I'm sorry. I believe it went all the way around the backyard.
Correct.
There, yeah.
Okay. And is this the house?
Little blue house? Where?
Yes.
Okay. And
Picture of it? Oh, yeah.
is it that wooden fence right there, sir?
Yes, but
All
it
right.
also goes around the backyard also.
Okay. And that was installed without a permit? Is that what your allegation is?
Correct.
And what about the windows or the doors? What is it that you believe leads to a violation?
They were new at the time, and they were also not permitted.
Okay, how do you know that they were new? What made you believe that there was something put in without a permit?
I could tell from there were some of the windows I think had stickers in them still, from like a new window.
Okay,
But I could tell that they weren't the original windows to the house.
One window in the laundry room in the back of the house. I left the stickers on.
okay, hang on, sir.
I'm sorry.
I apologize. Let me get
I'm
through the
sorry.
questions with him, and we'll get everything with you too.
Okay.
I appreciate it. And with regard to the roof, sir, what did you see? What made you believe it was a violation?
With what? With the roof?
Yes, sir.
I could tell it wasn't the original roof on the house. It had newer shingles than the age of the house, and there was no permit that had been replaced.
Okay. And did you prepare an affidavit of posting, and is that in the file?
I did.
And the photographs that we're seeing, did they accurately depict the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it that you're asking for today?
I'm asking for 120 days and then $25 a day after that.
And do you believe that 120 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to get the
It's-
permits for these things that you're alleging?
It should be if the process starts relatively soon.
Okay. All right.
Did you enter your case file?
You know what? Thank you so much. City enters the case file, including the notice of violations, certified mailing documents, stop work order, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. All right, sir, you're up. Your name for the record?
Steve Duke.
And your relation to Mr. McCoy?
Pardon me?
I mean, your relation to the property, I'm sorry? You're the owner, I'm sorry, there's your name.
Correct. Well,
you've heard
I have
the-
a mortgage on it.
Okay.
Not the owner.
You and the bank co-own it, I guess.
Correct.
You've heard what the city is saying, so what's your response? It looks like some new windows, a new roof, new fence.
My response is, when I bought the house, I was not notified of any of this by either her realtor, Brittany Smith, or my realtor. When the title agency, they didn't notify, nobody notified me. I've been a frame carpenter all my life. You know what that is, correct? And I figured it was time to, I'll be turning 60 years old today, so I hope it's going to be a happy birthday for one.
Well, happy birthday regardless of how this...
But I worked for Sarasota County as an investigator for unlicensed and unpermitted activity. So had I known that any of this was on this property, if there was a lien or anything on it, I would not have bought the property until this is all resolved for a fact.
Well, just so we're clear, there's no lien currently on the property. That's not, at least that's not
Right.
what this is about.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know if there are
understand
other
that.
liens, but this is just about the work that was done. The city's alleging that there's no permits for the work that was done, so,
And from what I understand, that's true.
okay.
So, all I know is that I've been going around getting the prices of everything, of the windows and doors, and of course the roof. Have to do a takeoff on the roof, and get a lineal foot of the fence, and just for material basically. Because as far as labor goes, I have no idea who did the labor. I tried calling Brittany Smith, who I bought the home from, and she gave me absolutely nothing. She said, "It's your responsibility now. Have a nice day." So it's on me, obviously. And to be honest, moving over here from Sarasota County, I had no idea the cost of living over here. Really, I mean, it was bad over there, but I was being a framer and everything. I was making do real well, actually. So move over here, and all of a sudden, all these fees and this and that, and so on and so forth. And to be honest with you, I have the paperwork right here to sell the house because I can't afford it. It's
Okay.
really that simple.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's unfortunate that the person that you bought the house from did the work and didn't properly permit it. It actually benefits you as the homeowner. It would have benefited her as well to have permits on file to show the upgrades to the house. So,
Sure.
but unfortunately, you as the property owner are responsible for the errors of your predecessor.
Which I understand.
Yeah, the good news is it sounds like the city is willing to give you quite a bit of time. Typically, their recommendations are 30 or 60 days. Their recommendation is 120 days. That is
Right.
way more than enough time, in my estimation, for you to get permits for this
Oh,
stuff.
definitely. I'm getting on it.
Yeah,
period.
so they're being very generous with you in terms of compliance. So I don't expect that will be an unreasonable amount of time for you to get permits. It sounds like you've already been in communication with the city. Continue to do
Yes.
that. Anytime you get in code enforcement, your best course of action is to be in touch with the city so that you and them are working together and not against each other. So, do you think 120 days is reasonable for you to get those permits? You think you can get
Yes,
that
I do.
done? Okay. All right. Anything further from you, sir?
I don't believe so.
All right. I appreciate that. And again, happy birthday.
Thank you.
All right, in case CE 22110196, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. And so I guess I failed to ask you, the photos, do you have any objection to the things that you were shown on the
I'm sorry?
screen? The photos that were shown on the screen,
Yes.
do you have any objection to the documents you saw there?
No.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll enter that case file without objection. I'll find, based on the testimony of the city code officer, that the respondent's in fact in violation of section 105.1 and 110.3 for the work that was done without permits. I'll require compliance within 120 days or a $25 per day fine. So best of luck to you, sir. Hopefully you can get it sorted out much sooner than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Agenda item number 3, case number is CE 22110217. Case address is 5335 North Military Trail.
I'm Richard McCoy with Developmental Services. This is code case number CE 22110217. The address of the violation was 5335 North Military Trail. In the violation, I noticed that, or observed that there was a new generator installed and a new NA trash compactor, including all electric, done without permitting. Let's see, the violation was posted as a stop work order on 11/23/2022. The notice of violation was certified mailed and regular mail on 5/15/2023. It was posted in City Hall at 5/15/2023. It was posted on the property on 5/15/2023. Let's see, the certified mail was delivered on 5/18/2023 to 535 North Military LLC. Let's see, and then again, I noticed that the generator had been installed, and the trash compactor was installed without a permit. And I had pictures of the violations.
Thank you very much. A couple of questions. Just to go over, you posted a stop work order or red tag, is that correct?
And a what?
You posted a stop work order or red tag, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you have any communication, once you posted that, with an owner or representative?
I did.
And what was the content of that communication?
They asked me basically what they needed to do to get this resolved, and
Have you
they
s-
actually have a permit that was pulled for, or that was, applied for the generator, but it was never followed through with.
Okay. Do they have to have any other permits? Because you also talked about electrical for this generator.
For the generator and for the compactor, they'll need an electrical permit also.
Okay. And the photographs, do they accurately represent what you observed at the property?
Seem to, yes.
Okay. And what are you seeking today?
Today, we're looking for 80 days and $50 a day after that.
And do you believe that 80 days is a reasonable amount of time to
I
bring
do.
these into compliance? Okay.
Mhm.
And just housekeeping, is there an affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, stop work order, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon, including the permit application.
All right, and can you go back to the photos again? The trash compactor is the green thing, is that right? The big green?
I mean, they're both, they're not, there isn't one or the other, they're both
It's
in
one.
violation. So what's the question?
Well, from the photos, what's the generator and what's the compactor? The compactor is the,
Okay. That's part of the compactor there. See the electric?
right.
So that was added without a permit. So you have to continue, and they demoed a wall. That was an old trash.
Oh,
where you put
dumpster
trash
enclosure or
cans.
something? Yeah, okay.
They took the wall out and they poured concrete and they rolled in a trash compactor and had it wired, and all without permitting. And so that's part of the trash compactor. That's the mechanism that operates it.
And is the generator inside the compactor, or is it a separate?
The generator is there. That's part of the generator.
Oh, I see, okay, that's a different color
So
green,
they
I see.
took out, you see where the block is open on the bottom? They took out a wall right there and placed the generator on a pad that was on the back of the building.
Okay. All right, thank you for the clarification. All right, sir, your name for the record?
I thought
Michael
they were-
Ahern.
What was it?
Michael Ahern, Ahearn.
Thank you. You've seen the documents, scrolling across the screen, the photographs. Do you have any
Yes.
objection to those documents being entered into the record?
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
By the way, Mr. Ahern, what is your capacity with regard to the owner?
I'm the property manager. I just started with the firm less than a month ago.
Okay, they know you're here today representing them?
Correct.
And you can make agreements on behalf of them in this case?
Yes. And Paco, or I'm sorry, Francesco. He also represents the owner.
Thank
Okay, do you want to put your name on the record, sir, just so it's on there while you're up?
My name is Francisco Gil.
Okay, and
I'm
again,
on-
your relation to the property owner, the agent, or?
Yes.
Okay. And same question, the property owner knows you're here on their behalf?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So you both have heard what the city is alleging. They're alleging that you've put in a compactor and a generator and not pulled permits, is that right?
Well, we didn't install it. It was the Food Town is our tenant. It's our current tenant.
Okay,
So a little bit of history about this is that Food Town inherited this Winn-Dixie lease, which is very pro tenant, and it gives us very limited, recourse against our tenant, for their actions. They went ahead and installed the trash compactor and the generator without our permission. They removed walls and everything, and we never even signed a permit. So right now we're in current litigation with them. We're trying to get them evicted out of there. We're being represented by Richard Cohen. So we have a mitigation set up, scheduled for next week. We also have an amendment with Judge Castor the following week, I think it's on the 21st, to amend for these current violations, because there's multiple violations that we have with them. And they keep on doing all this activity, against, our policies over there. Take for instance, the trash compactor and the generator. So we're basically asking for some time to be able to let the litigation go through. And we're hoping that, with the process with our attorney, that we're going to be able to come to an agreement with Food Town. Either we foreclose on them or they come and correct all these violations, because right now they're in violation of non-compliance and a non-monetary default issue.
Did you all apply for, the code officer testified that somebody applied for a generator permit. Was that you or was that the tenant?
That was the tenant.
Okay.
So we are the ones who've been fined and we've been cited, but that permit is being pulled by the tenant, because the compactor and the generator, although it's in our property, but it's part of the lease with Food Town.
Okay.
So we're not, technically, obviously, it's our property, but we're not responsible for that work. They took down they asked for permission for the compactor. We gave them the permission, expecting to receive the paperwork and the plans and everything to apply for the permit. They did it without the permit. They turned down the wall without the permit. They pulled the slab out and they put the concrete without the permits and without our knowledge. And then one day they show up the generator over there. Once that we defaulted them, then they apply for the permit. But it's them who applied for the permit. We didn't apply for the permit. So it is, now we are in this litigation with the tenant, which has been going on for a few years already, because we're trying to make them comply with multiple violations that they're having.
Yeah, so the difficulty is, if you've already been in litigation for several years with them, I mean, do you have a timeline on the current litigation to get them out? I mean, I can't expect that's going to be
we
quick.
have, as Mike said, we have mediation, which is it's ordered by the court for next week, and then we go into trial if we don't come to an agreement. Which the agreement is we're forcing them to comply with all the code. So that's what is our position. That's how we are forcing them to comply with not only this violation, but multiple other violations that we are going after them.
Okay. Code officer, did you have something else to add?
Just to clear it up, there is no permit that was applied for the trash compactor, only the generator.
Only the generator, okay.
We're on that.
And we never,
tried them.
ownership never signed off on that permit. Just to let you also know, is that we actually applied for another permit to do we got about a $5 million project going in there. It's gonna be landscaping, parking lot, and a new building over there. We're really trying to work hard to make that building, really, we're trying to enhance that building. And that trash compactor, we don't agree with it, because that's actually in our plans. It's taking up some parking, and we need that parking space. So we're not, like I said, we're not in agreement with that trash compactor, because that's actually affecting our parking count that's already planned to be a parking space for our new parking lot.
Well, one of the resolutions to the red tag is to get rid of the issues. So they can
Correct.
pull the generator and they can pull the trash compactor, and the red tag is satisfied. But I mean, they would have to be inspected that the stuff had been removed.
Right.
Yeah, and it's affecting like Mike said, it's affecting our project. We're applying for a permit, which we've been negotiating with the city for months already, because it's a big remodeling of it's a big shopping center. It's a 16-acre shopping center on Military and 45th Street. So you have the record. I can give you the number of the permit, our permit. And in that permit, this is going to be an issue, because there is going on this litigation, and at the same time we're trying to do our work.
So you heard the city recommend 80 days to comply. That's, again, like I said in the previous case, that's more than their normal timeline for compliance. The difficulty for me is that, the city can't wait for your litigation to resolve itself. Litigation and eviction takes a long time, right? So as the code officer indicated, there are other things you can do to comply faster than waiting for the resolution of the litigation. But I understand you're where you are. You have leases and you have contractual obligations, and I'm sure you're limited to some degree by those. Do you think 80 days is enough time for you to get
Yeah, but
these
the
two
only
things
way
dealt with?
that it's not, that's not in my, I mean, it is in my property, but it's not my property, so I can't go and apply for a permit for that.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the way
myself.
code enforcement works is the city is legally required to cite you as the property owner. You know, the worst case scenario would be that I order you to comply by a certain amount of time. You don't comply, a fine starts to run. Your recourse is against your tenant for violating your lease and whatever other legal documents that you've entered into with them. Because as I would understand it, you are likely, you know, most legal documents for tenancy include some kind of recourse if there's a default in the lease, or if they do something without your permission, or they install
Yes.
something without permits that you signed off on. So your recourse then becomes against them, but the city can't wait for you all to resolve your dispute. That, especially if you say it's been going on for several years, which, you know, most litigation is not quick these days. So, does the city have any objection to giving 120 days on this one?
I don't know.
Okay.
20 won't be.
120.
120.
Oh, 120.
I'm going to give you some extra
Sorry.
time, right, just to try to help you, because I understand
Yes,
there are processes, and I understand that your hands are a bit tied, but I want to be sensitive to the city not having to wait forever as well. So, if you're amenable to that, that's I think that gives you, you know, an adequate amount of time. You have mediation, you said, scheduled timely, so hopefully you'll at least get a better sense. But again, your recourse is going to be against your tenant if it doesn't, fines start running in this case. So, anything further from either of you?
No.
All right, anything further from the city? All right, in case CE 2211-0217, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and the testimony of city staff that the respondent's in violation of section 105.1 and 110.3 for the generator and trash compactor installed without permits. I'll require compliance within 120 days, or a $50 a day fine will start thereafter. So best of luck to you. Thanks for appearing.
Thank you very much.
Here you go, gentlemen. Thank you. It's a copy of your order from today, okay? To get it resolved. Agenda item number 15, case number is CE 230409194. Case address is 915 Bradley Court.
I think Richard just stepped out to speak with someone.
Yes, but I believe the code officer might have stepped out.
Here.
Okay. Okay, there he is. Go ahead. Yes, 915 Bradley, ma'am.
What is your address, ma'am? 915 Bradley, that's my property.
She said she had to leave at 10, so I don't know if she was first.
Oh, I don't know.
I have her signed in as the fourth person, but I'm happy to go in any order.
No, that's fine, if they're all right with it. Is this for the lights?
Are you for Presidio Place? Presidio Place?
Yeah, she's for Presidio.
Okay, okay. So actually moving to agenda item, ma'am, we're calling your case. Moving to agenda item number 14, case number is CE 23040091. Case address is Presidio Place.
I wasn't sworn in.
Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
This case was originally created by Code Officer Joe Oliva. This property was cited on April 10th. Certified mail was sent out April 12th. It was signed and received for on April 17th. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted on April 11th. I did see an affidavit of posting attached to the case, and photos of posting are in the case as well. On that affidavit of posting, it does indicate that the notice of violation, notice of hearing was also sent via first-class mail. This property was cited for 94309A exterior lighting. This is a parking lot with parking lights in the parking lot that are glaring into residential windows. The photos in this attachment are sent from one of the neighbors who came today, at the residential building. So she's here to testify on the photos and the issues that are going on. Um, she's the original complainant who brought this case to Code Officer Joe Oliva. The issue is still ongoing. I have recent photos in the attachments. And Code Officer Rafael Forestier, who was working with Joe Oliva to train when this case was created, he spoke to the property manager, who is working on getting bids to get the lights. They're going to redo the whole parking lot, I guess, and they asked for additional time. So the city's recommending 60 additional days to comply, which is fixing the glaring lights or shielding them, or a fine of $200 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you very much. The photographs, do they accurately represent the alleged violation that we see here today?
Yes, and she's here to testify on those photos.
Okay, and before she comes up, do you believe that 60 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring this alleged violation into compliance?
Yes.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, can we have the resident come forward?
Yes, go ahead. Do you want to call her as a witness, or do you want me to ask her questions?
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Okay. Ma'am, what is your name?
I'm Glenda Plyler.
Okay, and so you live next door to this parking lot, or?
Yeah, I live up on the 6th floor.
Okay, and you took some of these photos that we're seeing?
What's that?
Did you take some of these photographs that we are seeing today?
Yes.
Okay, and is it your testimony? What is your testimony about these lights?
Say the last, please.
Sure. What do you want to tell us about these lights?
Well, it looks like they're bright enough for a baseball stadium, but there's no baseball going on. And I spent hundreds of dollars on 2 windows trying to block out the light, but at night there's still enough light that I can see to go to the bathroom without turning on any lights.
Okay.
And I also want to say that the people over there have been very nice too. Everybody has been, I really have a lot of respect for you guys and for them.
And ma'am, what is your address?
I'm 107 Executive Center Drive,
And are you,
apartment 605.
okay, and are you seeing this every night?
What?
Do you see this every night?
Every night, all night long. They keep the lights on because there's been some break-ins, but nobody's breaking into my apartment, so I really wish they would tone them down. Now the street lights outside are fine, they're covered, and it's just kind of pleasant and comforting, but those lights are just so glaring that I can't go out on my porch at night, because it's really unpleasant, and I'm half blind from glaucoma, and it is still just intolerable.
And how long has this been going on?
Well,
The
I
lights.
moved here about 1.5 years ago, and I about 3 or 4 weeks after I moved in, I went over and talked to a guy there, and he said, well, we just had the light guy here, so there's nothing we could do about it. So I'm a polite person, and so I waited, and then I tried to contact him again, and he wasn't there anymore. And then I talked to the lady that's there now, Tracy, and she said that she would do whatever the city said to do.
Okay.
So this process has been going on since then.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions, Special Magistrate.
And thank you. And is it just a parking lot, or is there a business?
It's a parking lot.
Okay, so it's just overflow parking or a rental parking lot or something. Is it for residential or commercial, the parking lot?
It's a commercial parking lot.
Okay.
And they have renters in the building that leave their cars there all night.
Okay.
So they need the lights. But I live in Fountain View, which is a 6-story multi-building place for seniors. And, most seniors don't want to have any confrontation with people so they don't complain. But I can't sleep with the lights on, and research says that that's one of the things you need to do for good sleep. And people, these old folks may not complain to you, but I certainly hear them complaining all the time about insomnia. So
Okay.
I think a lot of people would appreciate this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Just for the record, is there anybody here on behalf of West Palm Beach FL1 SGF LLC? Mr. Pazmino, you said you have spoken with them, or a previous code officer spoke with them, and they're intending to correct the lights?
Yeah, the code officer it's his zone, but he was in training, so the previous code officer who was training him created the case. But he's here. Do you want to?
Yeah, if there's anything he wants
yeah,
to add. I mean, I just want to make sure that
Yeah, he
what
spoke
the
to the
city is
property
understanding
manager.
from them is that they are intending to correct the problem.
I did speak with Tracy, who happens to be the property manager at this time, and she said
Just let me, before you continue, were you sworn in when you first?
I was.
Okay, very good. And just state your name for the record so that
Raphael Forrester.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
I did speak with her, and she said that during the process of doing some renovations because of hurricane prep, and that within that they're getting bids for the lights and what they can actually do, either tilt them down a little bit or put some screens. They're looking into that, so they need some time for the bids to come in and see what they want, what direction they want to go in.
Okay. Did the city communicate with them that you were going to give them 60 days? Did they indicate that that was a
I did
reasonable
communi-
amount of time?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right, so that seems to be good news for you, ma'am. It sounds like the people who own the parking lot are taking steps to remedy the issue, so.
I'm so sorry, I'm having trouble hearing.
It sounds like the property owners, the code officer is testifying that the property owner is going to be having someone out there to try to fix the issue and either shield the lights or install some different bulbs or whatever they need to do. So that should hopefully be a good sign for you. I do have to give them a reasonable amount of time to comply, so I think the city's recommendation is fair in this case. Hopefully that will mean that within 60 days you have some resolution. So hopefully that solves the problem. Is there anything else you'd like to say, ma'am?
Yes, I want to say thank you all very much. I've been in other cities, and if you complain about something, you get this, who are you old lady, and I have been treated with respect here from the beginning, and I just love it. I love West Palm Beach. I've been so happy I've moved here. This place feels like my home, and I just can't tell you how grateful I am.
Thank you for that. I'm sure the
Beautiful
city is happy to hear
property,
that.
Beautiful landscaping, beautiful buildings, clean and respectful to people. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for coming to give your testimony. Anything further from the city?
No.
All right, in case CE 23040091.
May I submit the case file?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
City submits the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. With that, I will enter that case file without objection. I'll find, based on the signed green card and the affidavit of posting, that you have good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the testimony of the complainant as well as the testimony of a city code officer and the photographs submitted, that the respondent's in violation of section 94-309A for the lights glaring into residential windows. I'll require compliance within 60 days, or a $200 per day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Agenda
you, ma'am.
item number 15, case number is CE 23040194. Case address is 915 Bradley Court.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Take care. Richard Pazmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was cited on April 18th. Certified mail was sent out April 19th. It was signed, received on April 21st. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted on April 19th. This property was cited after a request from the Neighborhood Association to do a sweep in this whole block. This property was cited for exterior paint required, numbering standards for the address characters, landscaped areas did not have the required ground cover, landscaping of the parkway needed to be sodded. Location of artificial turf visible from the road or street, and Florida Building Code Section 105.4.1.3 for expired permits. There are 2 expired permits on the property that need to be closed. I have had contact with the owner's daughter who's here today. I discussed the violations with her. I tried to give her possible resources to help to maintain the property. We've gone over the issues that she's gone through. The reason why the property was cited and the issues ongoing at the property and possible resolutions. Some work has been done. A permit was pulled. The roof has been redone. There's been exterior work with patching up the areas that you see the cracks. Artificial turf has been removed from the swale. So as of today, 94-442E is complied. The other violations do remain. And the city's recommending 90 additional days to bring the remaining violations into compliance, or the city's recommending a $200 a day fine until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Did you say 90?
90, yes.
Thank you. And is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, it's in the file.
And does that indicate that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes.
You talked about the artificial turf, that they made progress. Have they removed all of it that's in alleged violation?
No, they removed some of it. And she spoke to me about her plans to remove the rest. Once everything's brought into compliance, she has plans for everything.
We just saw a house number on the door.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday. There's some stickers that were put on with the numbers. I would have to review it.
Okay. And you talked about expired permits. Do you know what those entail?
Yes, there's 2 expired permits. One is, I have the permit numbers. I believe it was for a remodel back in 2002, and the other one was for exterior windows.
Okay, so would the property owner just get with building services to see what needs to be done to close those out?
Yes.
Okay, very good. And you believe that 90 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring these alleged violations into compliance?
It can be done. I know she's going through a lot of hardship,
Okay.
so I'm not opposed to hearing what
Okay.
she would need.
Okay, thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, the permits, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. Your name for the record, ma'am?
Susana Rubio.
And your relation to the property owner?
I'm the daughter of the remaining owner.
Okay, thank you. So you've heard what the city is saying. Go ahead with any testimony you'd like to provide.
I have a lot of projects that I intend to do for this property. It belonged to my parents. I lost my dad not too long ago. My mom became very ill, and I am now the caregiver for my demented mother. I left my own property to come in and take care of my mom. So it's my responsibility now to bring this property up to par. And yes, there was a lot of structural issues, a lot of things that I wish would be different. But because I do give care to my mom, I only have a part-time, so my funds are very limited. My parents lived in Social Security, so a lot of these things require money, which I don't have. I have applied for a lot of assistance, which I have not received. And when code enforcement came by, I was in the process of taking care of the cracks on the walls so that it can at least be painted exteriorly. The problem was that the person that I hired to take care of the cracks really didn't know what they were doing, so it requires someone with expertise, which meant it requires someone with a lot more money. It required more money to hire someone that had the expertise to do the job. So the painting of the property delayed, and code enforcement passed by, and so obviously the turf situation, my dad couldn't mow the grass, and he thought in his infinite wisdom that putting fake grass would be the solution. I had plans for that. I have plans for landscaping. The piece of grass that remains, there's going to be flower bushes put in that zone in front of the house. So that's why it hasn't been removed, because I want to be able to bring the bushes prior to grass just growing there wildly. The roof has been done in the property. In the permit for the roof, there's also a permit to do windows. I want impact windows. I have not been able to do those. I did start in the project of getting the cracks taken care of. That is being worked on as we speak. It's taken a couple of weeks. It's just that it has been a matter of getting the workforce to be available and to get the funds available to finish all the projects. But eventually I'll have this house in top shape.
So is the roof issue resolved?
Yes,
Okay,
it has
so
been.
that part
Yes,
that's been
so
shown
I
there,
had to
that's
play with
fixed.
the priorities as well, because the roof was leaking. It had
Okay.
6 active leaks, and if I had any money to put towards a project, it had to be towards
To
that,
fix the biggest
obviously.
problems.
I have
That's-
a mother living in there, which, we require safety,
Right.
first of all. So that was my first priority, and with that, since I had applied for roof and windows together, I figured I had thought that I could do the windows before I could finish the end of the wall. And I was trying to time it, but it didn't work out. I didn't get the workforce to work within my schedule, or the funds to work within my schedule.
So you heard what this, and I saw the photo of the new roof with the new shingles on it. So the city has requested 90 days for compliance. Do you think you can get the outstanding items done in 90 days?
I would ask for a year to finish, because I do want to put pavers on the front of that house as well, and that would take care of a lot of the landscaping and the exterior part of the house to look differently.
All right, so I don't think I can give you that long. I'll give you a little bit more than 90 days, but the things that you have left are like you said, you did the right thing and you took care of the more significant issues to make sure that there wasn't additional problems being
Can we do
caused.
at least 6 months?
What's the city's response?
The longest thing would be like the expired permits, and I'm not sure how much work is gonna have to go into getting those closed out, but I'm not opposed to,
180 days, you'd be okay with that?
yes.
Okay. All right, so the city is willing to give you that 6-month timeline that you've requested.
Thank you.
All right, anything else you'd like to tell me?
No, other than hopefully the next time that code enforcement passes by, finds a brand new looking property.
All right, and just one final question for you. They've been showing the documents and the photos on the screen. Do you have any objection to the documents that have been being shown?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 23040194, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the affidavit of posting, that you have good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs and testimony, that the respondents, in violation of section 18106G, 78-6, 94-442C1, 94-451A, 94-451D, and Florida Building Code 105.4.1.3. Just clarification for the code officer, you are not seeking a finding of fact on 94-442E?
No.
Okay. All right, I'll require compliance with those stated code sections, which do not include 94-442E, within 180 days or a $200 per day fine. So best of luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, confirming we have no respondents present.
I have one more. She came in late. I don't know if she signed in.
She did not,
Okay.
so she'll have to be sworn in as well.
Okay.
What's the property address?
She is for case number 16, 345 Bunker Ranch Road.
Okay. So Special Magistrate calling agenda item number 16, case number CE 23040202. Case address is 345 Bunker Ranch Road, and I do believe she needs to be sworn in.
Ma'am, before the city code officer testifies, can you raise your right hand for me? I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and
Yes.
nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, sir.
Code Officer Richard Pasmino for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on April 18th. Certified mail was sent out April 20th. and it was received and signed for on April 24th. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted on April 26th. A photo of posting and the affidavit of posting are attached in the case file. On that affidavit, it does indicate that the notice of violation and notice of hearing was also sent via first-class mail. This property was cited for multiple issues that are actually repeat violation for a code case CE 200-90239. Let me see. Okay. It was cited for clean and sanitary conditions, the repeat irreparable violation for 94-482A and 94-442C1. Trash can in public view. The landscaped areas must be grass for the front yard. That's a repeat violation. Unpaved parking, that was a repeat violation. And outdoor storage. As of today, the only remaining issue is the landscaping of the front yard area. As you see right there, there's that area that's missing. And then there's the photo of the west side of the property, left of the parking space, that right there on the left, that's missing grass as well. This is a repeat violation. I've spoke with property management who's here today, Dilma, and they expressed that they need sprinkler system before they put grass in. The new grass that was put in, I think the tenants had put it in. I'm not entirely sure. I spoke with the tenants as well. They worked on getting the issues fixed. This is a repeat violation. It's a rental property. This is the third set of tenants who are doing the same kind of issues, parking on the grass dies, and it gets cited. The violation was originally noticed on April 18th, and it is still ongoing. It's still missing grass, which makes it 50 days, and the city's asking for a $100 a day fine until compliance is achieved. So that would be $5,000 today, and $100 a day until complied.
Thank you, Mr. Pasmino. Just a couple of questions. I believe I missed it. There's an executed affidavit of posting in the file,
Yes, there is.
and it reflects that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail.
Yes, it does.
And with regard to the underlying case that you cited, CE 200900239, do you have the date of that underlying special magistrate order and the date of the affidavit of compliance?
I attached it in there.
Uh,
Should be in a folder.
Okay, let's just put it on the record.
No, I think that's, I can't say. No, I think that's this case. Yeah. I thought I put it in there.
What's the one down?
I
at
could
the,
pull it
what's the
up.
one down at the bottom? I don't know.
Yeah, I could pull it up. Yeah, that case, it went to hearing on November 18th, 2020. It was given 21 days or $75 a day, and it was included the landscaped areas must be grass, and the affidavit of compliance was turned in on December 14th, 2020.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions. The city submits as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, the underlying case that's been cited in terms of those documents, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. Just a question, I guess. So only the two sections are repeat, correct?
Yeah, the repeat, yeah, only 2 sections on this case were repeat violations.
So those are the two sections that you're seeking the $5,000 fine on?
Well, the unpaved parking was cured. It wasn't cured originally, but as of today, it's cured. But one of the other repeat violations is still ongoing, which is the landscape.
Okay, so for the landscape areas must be grass, you're seeking a fine amount, but what about for the and what I guess is 2635B still?
Yes,
That's just your repeat section, yeah?
yeah,
Okay.
that's the repeat section for the grass.
What's the remedy on the non-repeat violations?
They're all cured.
They're all cured,
Yep.
okay. So the only thing that I'm addressing is the landscape area.
Yes,
Okay,
94,
thank you.
442C1.
Very good, thank you. I'm sorry I missed that prior. Okay, ma'am, your name for the record?
Dilma Melendez.
And your relation to SFR 2012 on floor?
I am the regional manager and property manager for that unit.
Okay. And they've authorized you to be here today on behalf of them?
Yes.
Okay. So you've heard what the code enforcement officer has testified to. What's your position or what's your response?
The thing is, we have been working, as he knows, we have been working in the unit, but that area was still missing grass. We need to put a irrigation system because it is sand, rocks, and everything in that area. So we have to clean it up. It will take a little bit more. I'm just asking to give me like 60 days and I will finish with it.
I'm sorry, the difficulty is the city is saying that it's been out of compliance already for 50 days. So they're asking for a fine to start running from the date that they first witnessed, which was what, back in
April 18th.
So how quickly can you get the grass issue resolved? What the city's code officer testified to is that this has been I think he said this is the third time this has happened. So this
Yes, I
continues to
understand.
happen.
I totally understand, but the thing is, it is not so easy to put grass and then have it dead. So we have to do extra work, and not all the landscaper that we have touched are willing to do that because they have to pull out the sand in that area. As you see, I don't know, it's sand. It is sand in both areas that are missing grass. Then they have to bring their soil, wait for it, and then it get to the soil, and then put this irrigation system and the grass. It is not easy, and not all the landscapers are willing to do it. I have submitted quotes and for that, and they are very expensive, and they're asking me, the owner, to look for another one, because the cheapest one is $12,000 for those 2 pieces, because of the amount of work that they have to do there. I just requesting 60 days, and I promise it will be done.
Does the city have anything else?
I was just gonna say that it doesn't have to be grass. It could be city-approved landscape plants, but
And also, there's the option of lien reduction afterwards.
Yeah, so what the city attorney is indicating is they need, what they're suggesting to me is that they need this to get fixed as quickly as possible. So I'm inclined to issue the fine that they're asking for. You can always come back, once you've gotten the property into compliance, you can always come back before the special magistrate and request a reduction of that lien amount. But typically when you come back for those hearings, what you need to bring back is you need to bring back proof that you tried to get it done as quickly as possible.
Sure.
Because what they're telling me, and they don't tell me this often, is when you're on a repeat of a repeat of a repeat, they lose patience, and they see a pattern of behavior. So again, code enforcement is not to be punitive, but if people are not taking their code seriously, they want me to enforce their code
Yeah, but he knows I'm working with it.
right. And I think your best course of action is to come back. I am going to start the fine. I'm going to give them the fine that they're asking for. Come back to another fine mitigation hearing once you get complied, but get it complied as quickly as you can so that you stop the fine running. Okay? Anything further? All right, anything further from the city?
no.
All right, in case, let me just ask you, ma'am, do you have any objection to the documents that have been shown on the screen, the photos?
Well, they are receiving San Diego, not in here.
Okay, yeah, and they're being sent to where the state law requires them to be sent. Otherwise, any other objection?
No.
Okay. With that, in case CE 23040202, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file without objection. I'll find, based on the affidavit of posting, that you have good service for today's hearing. I will find that, based on the testimony of city staff and the photographs presented, that the respondent is in repeat violation of sections 2635B and 94442C1, and that repeat violation has been occurring for a period of 50 days. So I will assess a fine in the amount of $5,000 and continuing at a rate of $100 per day until compliance is achieved. So again, get complied as soon as you can, and then once you've got an affidavit of compliance from the city, request to be put on a fine mitigation hearing, and you can come back and request for the lien to be reduced.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, confirming we have no other respondents present for the regular agenda. Okay, agenda item number 1, case number is CE 23040098. Case address is 614 Park Place, and it is rescheduled. Agenda item number 4, case number is CE 23040243. Case address is 2801 Embassy Drive.
Good morning. Raphael Forrester, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on 4/21/23. Service was accomplished by certified mail and regular mail sent on 4/25/23. Certified mail was returned on 5/17/23. In addition, both of the property and City Hall were posted on 4/25/23. There is an affidavit posting in the case. I have not been in contact with the owner of the property. The property was cited for 94-446-2-B-3, tree topping and hat racking. The city is asking for a one-time fee of $250.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violation that you observed?
Yes.
Just for the record, we're just looking at one tree. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And I missed it. Is the tree in the right of way, or it's on their private property?
It's actually on the swell.
It is, yeah. Okay, that's all I have. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. And for the record, there's not a respondent present. In case CE 23040243, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the affidavit of posting, that you have good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs that very clearly show a hat racking, that the respondent's in violation of section 2635B and 944462B3, and I will award the town its one-time fee or fine of $250. I'm sorry, city, if I said town, I'm sorry about that.
Okay, agenda item number 5 is a duplicate of number 4. Agenda item number 6, case number is CE 23040010. Case address is 438 46th Street.
Good morning, Sandy Mills, Code Compliance Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on April 3rd, 2023. Service was accomplished by a certified mail sent on April 4th, 2023. Certified mail was returned on April 9th, 2023. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on April 4th, 2023. I have been in contact with the owner of the property. The owner called on April 21st, 2023, asked him to clarify what the violations were. We went through each violations as to what he can do to rectify each. He was cited for clean and sanitary. The structure of the wall needed either power washing, and he was also cited for painting the structure if the power washing didn't work. He also has an outstanding balance for renewal of rental license and certificate of use. The landscape, as well as some portion of the swale, had open areas that needed grass. And there was also unpaved parking as well as outdoor storage. As of yesterday, nothing was complied, and the city is asking for an additional 60 days and $100 a day thereafter.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
There is.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
It does.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
It does.
And with respect to the rental license, you testified that you spoke with the owner. Did the owner otherwise object or deny that he was renting?
No, he actually mentioned the reason he was having issues with his landscaping is because of the unpaved parking of the tenants.
Okay. And when was approximately your last inspection?
Yesterday.
And did you still see that the parking was occurring?
That's correct.
Okay, very good. And do you believe that, I apologize, I didn't write it down. How many days were you looking for?
Pardon me?
How many days were you looking
60
for?
days.
60. And do you believe that 60 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring these alleged violations into compliance?
I do.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, there's no respondent present for this case. In case C 2304-0010, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you have good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and the testimony of the city staff that the respondent's in violation of section 18106A, 18106G, 2232A, 22441, 94442C1, 94482A, 9471C, and I'll require compliance within 60 days, or a fine of $100 a day will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Agenda item number 7, case number is CE 2305-0090. Case address is 532 38th Street.
Good morning. Sunny Middle School Compliance Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on May 10th, 2023. Service was accomplished by a certified mail sent on May 15, 2023. Certified mail was returned on May 20, 2023. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on May 17, 2023. I have been in contact with the owner of the property. The adjacent property owner was the one who did the complaint in regards to the alley maintenance as well as the clean and sanitary condition of the property, the overgrowth, the open area which needed sod, as well as the swale. As of this morning, everything has been in compliance except for the open areas for the landscape, for for the swale area as well as the lawn. We still have open area. I did discuss with the property owner yesterday when I went by to take the pictures that I would request an additional 60 days because he was saying that he did some seeding and he's waiting for it to come up. So I told him that we'll request the 60 days. If the seed doesn't work, then he'll have to purchase sod and just lay it down and then contact the city once everything's been done so we can get the property complied. The city's requesting an additional 60 days and 25 days thereafter if compliance is not achieved.
That was $25?
25, yes.
And just so I'm clear, both of the 94 sections are still out of compliance, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does your file contain an executed affidavit of posting?
It does.
Does the affidavit of posting reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
It does.
Photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
It does.
And do you believe that 60 days is, as you testified to, a reasonable amount of time within which to bring these alleged violations into compliance, watching the seeding or otherwise getting the sod or approved ground cover in?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. Is a respondent present? Seeing none, in case CE 23050090, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you have good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony that the respondent's in violation of section 94-442C1 and 94-442E. I'll require a respondent to comply within 60 days, or a fine of $25 a day will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Agenda item number 8, case number is CE 23030269. Case address is 711 Division Ave.
Good morning, Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was posted on 5/22/2023. Cert mail was returned to us on 4/27/2023. I've had no contact with tenant and or owner. Property was cited for providing screens for windows, repairing of walls, there are cracks in the wall, exterior painting, cleaning sanitary conditions, garbage can placement, garbage debris and overgrowth, cleaning up one half of easement, swell, obstruction of right-of-way, blocking the sidewalk, obtaining a fence permit, and unpaved parking, and also obtaining a permit when and if a driveway is installed, and outdoor storage. I'm asking for 60 days, being that they may have to obtain some permits for the exterior walls are severely cracked, so they may have to go through the building department to do some kind of plastering and repairing of the walls, and to obtain it for the fence and or driveway. So I'm asking for the 60 days and $100 per day after. I see no real progress on the home for is all of the debris, trash, and overgrowth. So I'm asking for that time.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
You testified that the notice of violation was posted. Is that at the property and at City Hall?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Just going down really quickly, is this a single family, multifamily, do you know?
Single.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just quickly going down each one, is it your testimony they're missing window screens on one or more of the windows?
All of them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you talked about that they have cracks in some of the, at least one wall, if not more?
Front wall is severely cracked, and they have cracks in other spaces, but not as bad as the front area of the property.
Thank you. The painting of the house, is that that they can pressure wash and then paint if needed, or are we seeing areas that have to be painted no matter what?
Once they go in to to repair the walls, they're gonna have to paint.
Thank you. Is it your testimony that you're seeing trash and debris around the property in addition to the outdoor storage?
Constant.
Okay. And when was your last inspection of the property?
Yesterday.
Okay, and you're still seeing all that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is it about the trash can?
It's constantly in the view of public.
Okay. And those are in times other than when the trash is
After
being
pickup.
picked up and the amount of time that you're given for that. Is that correct? Okay.
It lives outside,
Okay.
right there.
Okay. And are you still seeing that there are vehicles or something that is blocking the right-of-way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're seeing that on multiple occasions?
Multiple?
And you're still seeing that as of yesterday's inspection?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With respect to the fencing, are we talking about the chain link fence or something else?
No, the chain link. Mhm.
Okay. And so there was never a permit for that fence?
Never a permit.
Okay. And then you were seeing some storage on the outside of the house or the property that's not supposed to be stored?
Yeah, it's outdoor storage on the house, the vacant lot next door, and the person that resides there, I believe he's just a collector.
Okay. And you believe that 60 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring these alleged violations into compliance?
I think so. I hope so.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none in case CE 2303-0269, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you have good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony that the respondent's in violation of section 18102.3, 18103B, 18103J, 18106A, 7434A1J, 744, 744C5, 781, 94302A4, 94482A, and 94471C, and I'll require compliance within 60 days or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 9, case number is CE 2303-0404. Case address is 821 2nd Street.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was posted on 5/18/2023 along with City Hall. Cert mail was signed on 3/31/2023. I have spoke with the property manager at this property, and the property was cited for exterior painting, clean and sanitary conditions, garbage can in public view, landscaping, and unpaved parking and outdoor storage. This company that's handling these properties, quite a few in this area, he's obtained permits for different stuff. Replacement of the roof, which this property has had a brand new roof, and he's also having some issues with wall cracking. So he's obtained the permits to do that. So once those items are taken care of, he's going to paint the property. And the landscaping is still sparse. It's just landscaping where the good Lord's been watering and it filled in. It's still some outdoor storage, and the garbage can is constantly living in public view.
Okay, thank you. Executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to, you talked a little bit about the house needing painting. You also noted that the fascia would also need painting too?
It'll be the wall, the entirety of the property. They've already did the roof, so once they get the cracks repaired on the wall, then they're gonna paint the property.
Okay.
And it got that wood A-frame right there.
Okay.
So that's also in need of painting.
And are you seeing trash and debris, which is different from the outdoor storage?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was your last inspection of the property?
Yesterday.
And you're still seeing the trash and debris and all
Yeah,
these
it's
items?
still stuff on the property as of yesterday. We got some kind of stuff on the front porch, like mops, brooms, buckets, and so forth.
Okay, and the trash can is there out in the view of the public when it's not supposed to be there? Is that
Yes,
accurate? Okay. And you talked about the landscaping, and are you still seeing unpaved parking?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you've seen that on multiple occasions?
Multiple.
Okay, thank you very much. And what was the amount that you're seeking?
Oh, I didn't say that. 60 days or 100 per day, I'm sorry.
And do you believe that 60 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring these alleged violations into compliance?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none in case CE 2303-0404, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you have good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony that the respondent's in violation of section 18-103J, 18-106A, 7434A1J, 94442C1, 94482A, and 94471C. I'll require a respondent to comply within 60 days or $100 a day. Fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Agenda item number 10, case number is CE 2305-0185. Case address is 1467 7th Street.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was posted on 5/18/2023. Cert mail was returned to us on 5/22/2023. City Hall was also posted on 5/18/2023. I have spoke with the business owner, and he informed me to call his business partner, gave me the phone number. I called. That person never returned my call, which is his brother, Mr. Motri's brother. They run a landscaping business, and the business tax license is delinquent by bless you,
Bless you.
$434.34. And it was also cited for BTR penalties, which are $250. So I'm asking for those fines to be imposed. 10 days, or those fines to be imposed.
Thank you very much. Just a couple questions. An executed affidavit of posted in your file.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And the photograph of posting that we see, is that a photograph of posting of the notice of violation in this case for this address?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Special Magistrate. The city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none, just so I understood the last thing you said, Ms. Lester, did you say you were giving them 10 days to comply?
10 days and for the one-time fine of the $250 for the BTR.
Plus they owe the outstanding license amount
Exactly.
of $434?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, with that, in case CE 23050185, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting, you have good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of city staff that the respondent's in violation of section 82143C and 82144. I'll require compliance within 10 days. I'll require payment of the outstanding business tax license amount in the amount of $434.34, and I'll award the $250 penalty.
Thank you.
Special Magistrate, moving to the other matters. The under 21 police cases.
You're moving to those, is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
That's fine, yeah.
Okay. Starting with agenda item number 1, case number is CE 2305-0221, and I believe the respondent's an officer needs to be sworn in.
All right, with that, anybody who is on the other matters on the police cases, if you're here to testify on any of those cases, can you stand and raise your right hands for me? Are you here for a police matter, sir? Sir, with the blue shirt, are you here for a police case?
Yes, all the gentlemen in the back, they all are.
Everyone who's for a case, please stand up.
Everybody stand up and raise your right hands for me.
Yes, perfect, that's everyone.
There we go. That's better. Thank you. Do you all swear or affirm to tell the do you all swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Which case is first?
6715 South Dixie, the mobile gas station.
Are they here?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated until you hear your case called.
All right, Sergeant Colvin, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Monday, April 3rd, 2023, I was the supervising case agent for an undercover operation that was designed to check point-of-sale vendors that they were properly checking ID before selling alcohol. In order to do so, I used the underage two informants, both of them are under the age of 21 at the time of the operation. At approximately 1900 hours, the confidential sources walked into the mobile gas station at 6715 South Dixie. They picked up a 12-pack of White Claw, which has 5% alcohol, placed it on the counter, made contact with the clerk. They were able to purchase the alcohol without properly checking ID, brought the alcohol back to me. They were sent into then I sent another officer into the store to make contact with the clerk, explain that he'd sold without checking ID, and then retrieved the buy money. I believe this is their fourth offense, and I find they violated City Ordinance 6-12. We're asking for a one-time fee of $500.
Anything else?
No, I don't have anything further.
Do you need a case file entered on these?
I'm sorry?
Do you need a case file entered on these?
It's a little hard to hear you. I think you asked if you needed an order entered on it?
Do you want to enter the case file into the record?
At this time? Sure. I'm sorry. So the city would like to enter as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, any postings, any certified mailings, any type of underlying case in terms of the police department reports, evidentiary lists, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Can you go back up on that? Can you go scroll up just a little bit on that one? I'm sorry, so I can read the, right there, perfect. Okay. Your name, sir?
It's M. Rakibur Rahman.
No, that's okay, as long as you have it. Yeah, what's your relation to Sunshine Real Estate Holdings, LLP?
I'm the
LLP?
store manager for that location.
You're the manager, so you've heard what the sergeant has said. Do you have a response?
We do mistake on that.
Okay.
So we try not to do in the future.
Okay, very good. All right, the city is showing the documents that they'd like to enter into the record. Do you have any objection to the documents being shown on the screen?
That's all right.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, with that, in case CE 2305-0221, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file without objection, finding that this is the fourth offense of Section 6-12 based on the testimony of the sergeant as well as the photographs in the case file. I will award the city its one-time fee in the amount of $500. So please, this is your fourth violation, so please
We'll
stop.
try our best, ma'am.
Right,
Thank
correct the problem so that you don't have to come back here again.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Sir, are you also here for 3515 South Dixie?
35?
3515 South Dixie? Are you the same owner for that one?
No.
No, okay. Here's your order then. Okay, agenda item, you're all set. Agenda item number 2, case number is CE 2305-0222. Case address is 901 Belvedere Road regarding mobile gas station.
Sergeant Colvin, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Monday, April 3rd, 2023, I was a case agent for a undercover operation designed to check point-of-sale vendors that are properly checking ID before selling alcohol. To do this, I used comfortable sources that were under age 21 at the time of the sale. At approximately 20 hours, the sources walked into a mobile gas station, 901 Belvedere. Upon entering, they picked up a 12-pack of White Claw, 5% alcohol by beverage. They were able to purchase the alcohol without using proper ID. Following the sale, Sergeant Clark entered the store, made contact with the clerk, explained that he had sold, took a picture of him and of the alcohol that was sold. I find they violated City Order 6-12. This is their
Third.
third offense. The city is asking for a one-time fine of $500.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, photographs, underlined police department reports, lists, and photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. Your name, sir?
Salman Ahmed.
And your relation to SNS Rentals?
I manage.
Huh?
I manage this place.
You're the manager?
Yes.
Okay, so you've heard what the sergeant has testified to. The city's indicating that this is the third offense. Do you have a response to that?
Yes, I noticed this thing, so we're sorry.
Okay, you're going to correct it going forward and stop selling alcohol to underage or unlicensed individuals? Okay. All right, anything further from you, sir?
Sorry?
Do you have anything further?
No.
Okay. The city has been showing the documents that they'd like to enter into the record. Do you have any objection to the paperwork that you've seen on the screen? It's photographs and the notice document for this morning's hearing. Any objection to the paperwork? Any objection to the documents?
No.
Okay, thank you, sir. In case 2305-0222, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the documentation there and that you had good service for today. I'll find based on the testimony of the sergeant that there was in fact a violation of Section 6-12, that this was the third offense, and I will award the city its one-time fine in the amount of $500. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 3, case number is CE 2305-0245. Case address is 3515 South Dixie Highway regarding mobile gas station. I don't believe I have anyone signed in for this.
Sergeant Colvin, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Monday, April 3rd, 2023, I was a case agent for a undercover operation designed to check point-of-sale vendors that they properly check ID prior to selling alcohol. At approximately 10 o'clock, The confidential sources, when it's a mobile gas station, 3515 South Dixie, retrieved a 12-pack of White Claw, 5% alcohol by volume. The confidential sources gave the alcohol and their ID to the clerk. The clerk looked at it but sold anyway. Then went out to the outside, brought me the alcohol. Sergeant Clark went back inside, took a picture of the clerk and let him know they had sold. I find that the mobile gas station has violated City Ordinance 6-12. This is their second offense. We're asking for a one-time fine of $500.
In addition, the fact that this is the second offense, it is the same owner as our first case that we heard this morning, just for the record. The city submits as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, the photographs, certified mailing documents, the underlying police department report, any type of lists, supplemental reports, and photographs. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody here on behalf of this case? Seeing none, in case CE 23050245, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the testimony and the evidentiary case file, that the respondent's in violation of section 6-12. I'll find you had good service for today's hearing via the notice documents in that file, and I'll award this city its one-time fine in the amount of $500.
Agenda item number 4, case number is CE 23050246. Case address is 5914 South Dixie Highway regarding mobile gas station.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Hold on just 1 second. I'll hear from the city, and then I'll call on you. Thank you, sir.
Sergeant Colton, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Monday, April 3rd, 2023, I was a case agent for an alcohol compliance check, where I'm checking vendors to make sure they properly check ID prior to selling alcohol. To do so, I used undercover sources that were under age 21 at the time of the buy. At approximately 1930 hours, confidential sources entered the Dixie Food and Beverage at 5914 South Dixie. They picked up a 4-pack of Bacardi, which is 5.9% alcohol, walked to the source, made contact with the clerk. Hold on, this is. They did look at it, but sold. And then Sergeant Clark went into the store, made contact with the clerk, explained to him that he had sold to someone underage. I believe that the business has violated City Order 6-12, and this is their second offense. We're asking for a one-time fine of $500.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, any affidavits, certified mailing documents, photographs, the underlying police department reports, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. Your name for the record, sir?
Yes, can I tell you something?
Yes, first tell me your name.
Khan Zakaria.
And your relation to FRB 6 LLC? Are you the...
I'm the manager of the
You're
store.
the manager. Very good. Okay, go ahead, sir.
May I talk?
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
With due respect, I may apologize for it was my fault. I was fasting that date. Two lady came and I asked her, how old are you? She told me 22. And I trust her. It's my fault anyway. I may apologize.
Okay. And you're going to correct that going forward? You're going to make sure to verify ID and make sure
Your
that...
Honor, definitely.
Okay. I appreciate your testimony there, sir. Anything else you'd like to say?
No, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Most
In case CE 23050246, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. Sir, let me ask you before I do that, do you have any objection to the documents that are on the screen? It's the notice document, the photographs of the alleged incident. Any objection to those documents?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you, sir. With that, I'll enter those documents without objection. I'll find, based on the testimony of the sergeant, that the respondent's in violation of section 612, and I will assess the one-time fine in the amount of $500. Thank you, sir.
Most welcome.
Agenda item number 5, case number is CE 23050247. Case address is 4000 South Dixie Highway regarding the Marathon gas station.
Sergeant Colton, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Monday, April 3rd, 2023, I was a case agent for an alcohol compliance check. It was designed to check point-of-sale vendors that they're properly checking ID prior to selling alcohol. In order to do so, I used confidential sources that were under age 21 at the time of the purchase. At approximately 1940 hours, The council sources walked into the Marathon gas station at 4000 South Dixie. Upon entering, they picked up a 12-pack of White Claw, 5% alcohol by volume. They made contact with the clerk and was able to purchase the alcohol without proper ID. Following the interaction, Sergeant Clark went inside, made contact with the clerk, explained to him that he had sold, took a picture of the alcohol, and the clerk that had done so. I find that the business has violated City Ordinance 6-12.
Fifth.
This is their fifth offense. We're asking for a one-time fee of $500.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, photographs, underlying police department reports, and photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. Your name, sir?
Nuruddin Sheikh.
And your relation to BD 4000 LLC?
I'm the owner of that business.
You're the owner. You've heard what the city is saying. They're saying that this is your fifth offense for selling alcoholic beverages to an underage individual. Do you have a response to that?
Actually, we have a good training system, but most of them time people not listening. This guy has been hiring like 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and he made a mistake with the underage selling. But we have a beautiful training system, and we push them every time hardly to don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. But most of them, the thing is that they are not responsible. They just sell it, they don't need to face anything. So with the owner is facing that problem. That's why most of them people in West Palm Beach, the employee, they doesn't want to care. But we try our best to make a beautiful training system.
Well, I would encourage you to train or retrain the new employee to make sure that you don't get cited again, because your fifth offense indicates that there's a pattern of behavior there. So do your best to continue the training and get this issue corrected.
Thank you. I'll do it.
Any objection to the documents that have been shown on the screen?
No.
Okay, thank you, sir. In case CE 23050247, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find there's good service for today's hearing based on those documents. I'll find based on the testimony of the sergeant as well as the documents that were entered into the record that the respondent's in violation of 6-12, and I'll assess a one-time fine in the amount of $500. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Returning to the regular agenda item number 11, case number is CE 23030201. Case address is 731 59th Street.
City of West Beach Code Compliance, Robert Watkins. This property was cited on March 8th. Certified mail was sent March 10th. Certified mail was returned on April 13th. City Hall was posted March the 20th. This property was cited for external doors and windows repair, permit, fence maintenance, sodding of yard, driveway and ditch repair, and repair interior walls and ceilings. Compliant violations as of yesterday was due to the rain, the sodding of the yard. Remaining violations are external doors, windows, fence maintenance, driveway and ditch repair, and repair interior walls. I've had communication with Mr. Akeem Carr, which is a property manager, but together we collectively come up with 30 days is what he asked for in reference to getting the rest of the repairs completed. So the city is requesting at this moment 30 days and or $150 per day after.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
Was the property posted with the notice of violation?
Yes, it was.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, it does.
Did you say that the only one that's complied is 94-442C1?
Yes.
Okay. And so with respect to the other ones, can you take us through and let us know what it is you observed?
In this picture here, you can see the rear fence is in disrepair. It's falling down into the easement. in the pictures after that, there you'll see someone with the driveway. It has cracks in where I guess it was repaired the first time, and it started to lift up, like right there in certain areas of the driveway. It's kind of like shattered and lifting up. The pictures here are the ceiling. Those are pictures of the interior wall where it's being obvious it was pretty wet. When I was in there, I touched it with my hand. Your fingers could go through it because it was wet. And those are all the cracks on the ceiling and in the walls on the inside of the home.
With respect to the driveway, is that what you're indicating is the alleged violation of 105.1, failure to secure building permit?
No, I put that in there and I put notes up under it in reference to if they were going to replace sections of the fence larger than 6 foot, they would need a permit, as well as the driveway itself. If they're going to resurface it, they would need a permit outside of just doing repairs on the patchwork, to say the least.
Okay. And I may have missed it, I apologize, the off-street parking, are you still seeing that as of your most recent inspection?
Well, that's the parking requirements, which also includes the driveway being in disrepair.
Okay, so it's not actually that you're seeing the parking, it's the driveway itself?
Yes, it's
I
all under
apologize.
that code.
Okay, very good. And do you believe that 30 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring these alleged violations into compliance?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none, just one question on the 105.1. So they haven't done any work that requires them to get a permit? You were just putting them on notice that they may need a permit?
Yes, ma'am. It was because I noticed times before when I'm dealing with the same property manager, if you don't put it in there, he won't say he understood or know that he needed a permit. So as I wrote the violation and I communicated with him afterwards, I let him know it was in there, so he was aware that under certain circumstances he would need a permit to replace or resurface the driveway.
Okay, but you're actually not seeking a finding of violation of that section
No,
because
ma'am.
they haven't done the work? Okay, very good. Thank you, sir. All right, in case CE 2303-0201, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you have good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony that the respondent's in violation of section 18103C, 18103E, 94302A4, and 94482A. I'll require a respondent to comply within 30 days, or $150 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Agenda item number 12, case number is CE 2303-0295. Case address is 5201 Pinewood Avenue.
The City of West Michigan Code Compliance, Robert Watkins. This property was cited on March 15th. Certified mail was sent March 16th. Certified mail was received March 20th. City Hall was posted on March 20th. This property was cited for trash debris, excessive growth, numbering standards, and overgrowth. As of yesterday, none of the violations had complied. All the violations are still outstanding. The city is requesting 30 days at $50 per day after.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, there is.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
Was the notice of violation also posted at the property?
Yes, it was.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, it does.
Can you please tell us for the record what it is that you observed at the property that leads you to believe that these are alleged violations?
There's trash debris all over the front, the swell by the front door in the main section of the yard. There's also areas where there's overgrowth right there by the sidewalk and along the south hedge line that separates both of the properties. When it comes to numbering standards, the stickers have washed away almost 2 of the numbers on there, so it's hard to tell the address, and that's on the north side of the property.
Okay. You talked about the overgrowth. Does that, are you also seeing, other than the overgrowth, are you seeing the lawn itself is overgrown, or is it just
Yeah, no, the lawn
just
is
the
definitely high. I've come to find out yesterday that it's a senior, so I kind of left a card there with the RISE number so they could kind of help her out, and which also reflects the small amount of the fine that I'm requesting for. And they say she lives there alone by herself, so I just left my number with some other numbers that could help her out.
Thank you. Do you believe 30 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring these alleged violations into compliance?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to a notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. Is there a respondent present for this case? Seeing none, in case CE 23030295, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you have good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony that the respondent's in violation of section 18106B, 18106A, 74-4-C-3, and 78-6. And I'll require a respondent to comply within 30 days, or a $50 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Agenda item number 13. Case number is CE 2303-0306. Case address is 5014 Spruce Ave.
City of West Beach Code Compliance, Robert Watkins. This property was cited on March the 16th. Certified mail was sent March 16th. Certified mail was received March 27th. City Hall was posted on March 20th. This property was cited for early placement of containers, garbage can placement, and sodding of bare areas in the yard. Compliant violations as of yesterday was the early placement of containers by the road, which they've been pulled back in the yard. Remaining violations are the garbage can placement and sodding of bare areas. I've spoke with Mr. Todd, which is the property manager for this property. He requested the 30 days, so we're going to go ahead and go with the 30 days extension at or $150 per day after.
I'm sorry, did you say 150?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
Was the notice of violation also posted at the property?
Yes.
Photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes.
With respect to the garbage cans, so they were putting it out early. The fact that it's still, the garbage can placement 7434 or A1J is still outstanding?
Yeah, there were
So
both.
they're leaving it
There were
late.
both. There were there's so many of them there. I don't know how they got so many of them, but they're put it by the road for pickup days before, but yet they still had their other 2 garbage cans right up in the front by the door.
Okay, thank you very much. And are you seeing any type of progress with respect to the landscaping areas?
No, it just got greener because of the rain. But other than that, the property manager stated he didn't know anything about it, and he had guys out there today, from his word of yesterday, to start getting it taken care of.
I know you've agreed on 30 days. Do you, is it your testimony that 30 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring these alleged violations into compliance?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. Is the respondent present in this case? Seeing none, in case CE 23030306, I will enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the documentation that you had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony that the respondent's in violation of section 7434A1J and 94442C1. I'll require a respondent to comply within 30 days or $150 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Agenda item number 17, case number is CE 2305-0006. Case address is 913 Bradley Court.
Richard Pasmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was cited on May 2nd. Certified mail was sent out May 2nd. It was received and signed for on May 4th. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted on May 2nd. The photo of the posting and the affidavit of posting are in the attachments. On that affidavit, it does indicate that notice of violation and notice of hearing was also sent via first-class mail. This property was cited for 105.1 and 110.3 building permit a building permit required and inspections required for a white metal fence and gate that was installed at the property without permits or inspections. Clean and sanitary conditions, dirty sidewalk, driveway, approach, landscape maintenance, trash can in public view, location of artificial turf, and artificial turf visible from the road or street. I did have contact with owner's friend who's working on fixing everything and submitting permits for them. As of today, the only remaining violations are 105.1 and 110.3 for the fence and gate. Everything else is fixed. I do not see a permit in our system or any applications. The city's recommending 60 additional days to get the permit and get the inspections, or the city's asking for a fine of $200 a day.
Thank you very much. The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the remaining alleged violations that you observed?
Yes, they do.
And do you believe that 60 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring the alleged violation of the white metal fence and gate, receiving or obtaining permits and inspections? Is that a reasonable amount of time?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. Is there a respondent present for this case? Seeing none, in case CE 23050006, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find you have good service via the signed certified mailing as well as the affidavit of posting. I'll find, based on the photographs and testimony, that the respondent's in violation of section 105.1 and 110.3 for the the fence/gate without a permit. I'll require respondent to comply within 60 days or assess a fine of $200 per day for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 18, case number is CE 23040292. Case address is 411 14th Street.
Good morning, Officer Underwood, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. Property 411 14th Street was initially cited on April 27th, 2023. Certified mail was sent out April 28th, 2003. Both City Hall and the property were posted April 28th. And certified mail was signed May 2nd. I have been in contact with this property owner who states he is in the process of fixing it up. It has been neglected for a couple of years now, at least 2 years. The property was cited for repair roof, walls, foundation, external doors, windows, clean and sanitary conditions, excessive growth, and clean to the center of the right-of-way. As I said, because I have spoken to the property owner and he says he's trying to fix the place back up again, the city's requesting that we give additional 10 days or abatement for the clean and sanitary conditions, the overgrowth, and clean to the center of the right-of-way, and additional 90 days for the repairs of the foundation, external doors and windows, or $500 a day till that's fixed.
Did you say 500?
500, yes.
Okay. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
That's correct, there is.
And does the affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
And the photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed at the property?
Yes, they do.
With respect to the outstanding violations, can you just, for the record, tell us what it is that you observed?
So for the excessive growth, the clean and sanitary conditions, except 18106A, there's trash and debris throughout the whole property. That's the carport right there. I see the pile in the back. There's a bunch of piles in the front yard, trash, debris. It's out in the parkway, along the other side on the right side of the property also, which is attracting for nuisance and other people to just come drop their stuff there. The overgrowth, which is 18106B, obviously you can see the backyard is well overgrown, the front yard, the bushes, and on the front where the clean to the center of the right-of-way, the sidewalk right there on the top of the picture, you can't walk by without it obstructing the sidewalk. So there you go. that tree that's up a little bit, and the fence obstructing right there. So the
Is
city's
that-
requesting 10 additional days for that, or abate that.
Is that fence actually
It is
in
broke-
the
it-
sidewalk?
Correct, yes.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't like that prior to yesterday. It had just fallen over since my last picture, so that was yesterday morning.
Okay. And are you seeing any progress at all?
So the property owner was there the first time when I initially cited it. He had that board off of the front door. He was doing work to the property, and it has since just stopped. He has applied for a board certificate to come in and fix the rest of the boards and paint them accordingly. He says he's going to fix it.
Okay. And just a couple questions with respect to the abatement that you're looking for. You testified a little bit about, in regards to the fence that's bent or leaning into the sidewalk, that you're asking for that to be abated, correct?
Correct.
And it's your testimony that that fence is completely blocking the sidewalk or right of way, preventing anybody from passing through. Is that accurate?
Correct.
That's also a safety issue and could present injuries to somebody who has to go around it or actually runs into it. Would that be accurate?
That's correct.
Do you believe that that rises to the level of a health, safety, and welfare alleged violation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you're also asking for abatement with respect to the clean and sanitary conditions and the overgrowth. Do you believe that those alleged violations are an attraction or an attractive nuisance for pests, vermin, or other types of nuisances because of the condition that you're seeing?
Correct.
And do you believe that that rises to the level of a health, safety, and welfare violation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city, the 90 days, do you believe that that's a reasonable amount of time within which to bring the alleged violations, other than the clean and sanitary, other than the overgrowth, and other than the right-of-way?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe that that's reasonable?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, the permit application referenced, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none, in case CE 23040292, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the signed certified mailing as well as the affidavit of posting, that you had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs and testimony, that the respondents are in violation of Section 18-103B, 18103E, and they're also in health, safety, welfare violation of Sections 18106A, 18106B, and 74-4C5. For the health, safety, welfare violations of 18106A, 18106B, and 74-4C5, I'll require respondents to comply within 10 days or authorize the city to abate those violations to remedy the health, safety, welfare issues presented by them. In the remaining code sections, 18103B and 18103E, I'll require a respondent to comply within 90 days or a $500 per day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 19, case number is CE 23050055. Case address is 1112 22nd Street.
Good morning. Officer Underwood, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. Property 1112 22nd Street was initially cited on May 9th, 2023. Certified mail was sent out May 9th. Both City Hall and property were posted May 10th, and certified mail was signed for May 11th. This property was cited for clean and sanitary conditions, excessive growth, and failure to comply. I have not been in contact with the property owner, and the city is requesting 10 additional days or an abatement on this property also.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes,
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
it does.
And do the photographs that we're reviewing, are they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, they do.
And can you please tell us for the record what it is that you've observed at this property?
Just an overgrowth lot with trash and debris on it. There's a door up against the left side of the property, along with buckets and things like that. And obviously, you see the trash or the weeds and bushes and grass and everything, overgrowth.
So this is severely overgrown, as we can see in the photographs. as well as the trash and debris. Do you believe that the severe condition of this particular vacant lot is an attractive nuisance or attractive to pests, vermin, and other nuisances?
Correct, yes.
Do you believe that that rises to the
Mhm.
level of a health, safety, and welfare violation?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Have you seen any progress at all?
No, I haven't seen any.
Okay. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is respondent present? Seeing none in case CE 23050055, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and the evidence and the testimony of code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 18106A, 18106B, 18215B, and that those violations are health, safety, welfare violations. I'll require respondents to comply within 10 days or authorize the city to abate the violations to alleviate the health, safety, welfare issues created by those violations.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 20, case number is CE 23050057. Case address is 1009 13th Street.
Good morning, Officer Underwood, City West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. Property 1009 13th Street was initially cited on May 9th. Certified mail was sent out May 9th. City Hall and the property were both posted May 10th. Certified mail was signed and returned May 11th. The property was cited for clean and sanitary conditions, excessive growth, failure to comply, and clean to the center of the right-of-way. I have not been in contact with this property owner. I haven't seen any progress with it at all. And the city is requesting 10 additional days or abatement of this property.
Thank you very much. Is this a vacant lot?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And do you have an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, I do.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
And for the record, can you tell us what it is that you've observed at the property?
The property is overgrown and obviously neglected for some time, and the alleyway behind it, as you can see, the trash and debris, it's on the left-hand side, not the fence side, it's that side with the chain link fences, has not been cared for in quite a while. So we're asking 10 days and go and abate it.
And do you believe that the severe condition of the trash and debris and the excessive growth is creating an attractive nuisance for pests, vermin, and any other types of nuisances?
Correct.
And
Yes.
do you believe that that presents a health, safety, and welfare issue?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none in case CE 23050057, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the signed certified mailing as well as the affidavit of posting that you have good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and the testimony provided that the respondent's in violation of section 18106A, 18106B, 18215B, 744C5, and I'll find that those violations are health, safety, welfare violations. I'll require a respondent to comply within 10 days or authorize the city to abate those violations to remedy the health, safety, welfare issues created by those violations.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 21, case number is CE 23050076. Case address is 1016 14th Street.
Good morning, Officer Underwood, City West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property, 1016 14th Street, was initially cited on May 10th. Certified mail was sent out May 11th. Both City Hall and the property were posted on May 10th, and certified mail was returned May 16th. This property was cited for clean and sanitary conditions, excessive growth, trash can in public view, clean to the center of the right-of-way, landscaping the front yard with sod, and parking, unpaved parking. I met with the property owner yesterday morning, and she came out and we spoke. The vehicle has been moved off of the grass. She has picked up some of the trash and debris. She was unaware of the cleaning the alleyway in the back, or tending to the, cutting the grass and making sure all the trash and debris is gone. So I had to inform her about that, because she has a 6-foot fence and can't see to that alleyway in the back. And I informed her she's responsible to clean to the center, on the right-hand side over there, clean to the center of the right-of-way. So after meeting with her, the city's requesting an additional 20 days so she can come into compliance, or $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posted in your file?
Yes, there is.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
Photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed at the property?
Yes, they do.
And so you talked a little bit about the trash and debris that we're seeing on the right of way. You're also are you seeing trash and debris on the actual her side of the property itself?
Correct.
As
Yes.
well.
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're also seeing grass and weeds and excessive growth.
Yes.
Okay. And are you still seeing the trash can in public when it's not supposed to be there?
As of yesterday, it was there, and I told her she has to hide it out of public view. Like I said, she was unaware of a couple of things, so I informed her yesterday about it, and she's going to get it fixed.
Okay, and you're obviously seeing also some bare areas in the landscaping. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And she indicated that she'll work on that as well?
Correct.
Okay. And do you believe that 20 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring all these into compliance?
Should be, yes.
Including the landscaping?
It's just putting sod down. Yeah, she's aware of it, and she said she was going to be already prepared to put a pallet down, or however many it takes to fix the side on the right there.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none, just so I'm clear, you said the parking 94-482A is complied, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, that's the only one?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. In case CE 23050076, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1, without objection. I will find, based on the affidavit of posting, that you have good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs and testimony, that respondents are in violation of section 18106A, 18106B, 7434A1H, 744C5, 94442C1, and I'll require a respondent to comply within 20 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 22, case number is CE 2303-0206. Case address is 1030 36th Street.
Good morning, J. Francis, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. This property was cited on 3/8/2023, certified mail and regular mail was sent on 4/19/23. Certified mail was received on 4/21/23. Both the property and City Hall were posted on 5/18/23. An affidavit of posting was completed. I haven't been in contact with the property manager. The property was cited for obtaining a fence permit, landscape maintenance, paint and pressure wash outside structure. As of this morning, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is requesting an additional 90 days for the property to come into compliance. If they do not come into compliance, then the city is requesting $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to the violations or the alleged violations, can you tell us what it is that you saw at the property?
The property owner had installed a brand new fence.
That's a wooden fence that you're referring to, correct? Okay.
Both at the front and at the sides. You can see the side profile from the front of the property. There's a bit of landscaping that needs to be done on the front of the property as well. And then on the structure, there's a bit of green substance that could just be cleaned with by pressure washing the building.
Okay. And when you say that the landscaping needs to be maintained, what is it that you're seeing that's...
There's a bunch of weeds that's growing up over 6 inches all over the property. Right there by the door and the step, you can see where the building needs to be pressure washed just to clean it up.
Thank you very much. And are you seeing any progress?
I've spoken to the property manager this morning again, and he wanted just a bit of explanation how to get the fence permit, to apply for the fence permit. So he's taking an initiative to get it done as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you. And do you believe that 90 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring these alleged violations into compliance?
Yes, the fence permit might take a bit of time, but I think 90 days is sufficient.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none, in case CE 23030206, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony that the respondent's in violation of 18106G, 18106K, 94302A3, and I'll require respondents to comply within 90 days or a fine of $100 per day will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Agenda item number 23, case number is CE 2303-0471. Case address is 3109 Windsor Ave.
J. Francis, West Palm Beach Code Compliance. 3109 Windsor Ave was cited on 3/28/23. Certified mail and regular mail was sent on 3/29/23. Certified mail was received on 3/21/23. Both the property and City Hall were posted on 5/18/23. Affidavit of posting was completed and placed in the file. I have been in contact with this property owner. The property was cited for roof repair, rental license, COU, landscape maintenance, outdoor storage, and paint outside structure. As of this morning, the property has come into compliance with repairing the roof and the outdoor storage. All other violations are still pending. Therefore, the city is requesting an additional 60 days for the property to come into compliance. If they do not come into compliance, then the city is requesting $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you very much. The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to the rental license and COU, did your communication with the owner, did he object or otherwise deny that he was currently renting?
No, he actually applied for the rental license.
Oh, he
I went
applied.
out to do the inspection, but it failed.
Oh, okay, very good. I'm sorry. If you had said that, I missed it. I apologize.
No, that's fine.
And with respect to the other remaining violations, can you tell us what it is that you've observed?
There's a bit of overgrowth at the front. The lower side of the front also needs a bit of paint. And then there's an area off to the right of the property that's a bit bare in the landscape. So once those violations comply, I could go out and do the reinspection for the rental license as well.
Okay, and you're seeing that these remaining alleged violations are as of, it looks like you went out there yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you believe that 60 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring these alleged violations into compliance?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, the permit applied for as referenced, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. Is the respondent present? Seeing none, in case CE 23030471, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find that you have good service via posting. For today's hearing, I'll find based on the photographs and testimony that respondents in violation of Section 18106G, 18106K, 22-32A, and 22-441, and I'll require respondent to comply within 60 days or $100 a day fine will be imposed for each day thereafter.
Agenda item number 24 and 25, so it's a duplicate. Case number is CE 2304-0230. Case address is 919 34th Street.
J. Francis, West Palm Beach Code Compliance. This property was cited on 4/19/23. Certified mail and regular mail was sent on 4/24/23. Certified mail was received on 4/27/23. Both the property and City Hall were posted on 5/18/23. Affidavit of postage was completed and placed in the file. I have been in contact with this property owner as well. The property was cited for sodding the Swayland Parkway, landscape maintenance, outdoor storage, and garbage can placement. As of this morning, the property has come into compliance with sodding the Swayland Parkway and removing the garbage can from the public right of way. All violations are still pending. Therefore, the city is requesting an additional 30 days for the property to come in compliance. If they do not come into compliance, then the city is asking for $50 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged remaining violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure I understand the trash can is resolved, yes?
Yes, trash can and sodding the Swayland Parkway.
Okay, so that's the 7434A1H is resolved, 94442E is resolved.
Yes.
However, 18106K remains outstanding. Is that-
Yes.
And 9471C remains outstanding. Is that accurate?
Yes.
With respect to those remaining outstanding, can you tell us for the record what it is that you've observed?
The first the sod was dry and there was some bare areas. The property owner tried to rectify it by planting a bunch of palms in the front, but there are still bare areas of sod there. He spoke to me yesterday. He said he'll try to get proper ground cover by next week sometime. And for the outdoor storage, they had left some tools in the front of the yard just the same.
They have what? I'm sorry?
Left some tools.
Tools?
Yes.
Okay. And you're still seeing that as of your most recent inspection?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the tools are not supposed to be there, right?
No, ma'am.
All right. Is 30 days a reasonable amount of time within which to bring these remaining alleged outstanding violations into compliance?
Yes, ma'am. The property owner specifically asked for 30 days as well.
Okay. But even
Yes,
30 days, you believe that's
sufficient.
reasonable as well?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none, in case CE 23040230, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony and photographic evidence in the file that the respondent's in violation of section 18106K and 9471C, and I'll require compliance within 30 days or assess a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 26, case number CE 2304-0300. Case address is 935 38th Street, and it's rescheduled. Agenda item number 27, case number is CE 2305-0170. Case address is 3402 Australian Court, and it is complied. Agenda item number 28, case number is CE 2304-0089. Case address is 3960 North Flagler Drive, Unit 205.
Good morning, Officer Levine, City of West Palm Beach Code. This property was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Service was accomplished by a certified mail which was signed for on 4/17/2023. The property on City Hall was posted on 4/18/2023. There is not an active application in the system for a rental license. On Monday, I spoke to a representative of the owner by the name of Thomas. He gave the name of Thomas. And I informed him that he needed to obtain a rental license for this property as well as a few other properties that this person owns. So the city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance at $200 a day thereafter.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. That was 30 days?
30 days or $200 a day
Or
thereafter.
200, thank you, sir. And you were sworn, right? You were here when I swore everybody in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photograph of posting that's in the file, does that represent the photograph of posting of this notice of violation at this address for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you believe that 30 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to get the rental application and inspection done?
Absolutely.
And the owner's representative that you talked with, that person didn't object or deny that this unit is being rented. Is that accurate?
No, ma'am. I actually received information about this unit being rented at security at this condominium complex.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photograph, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none, in case CE 23040089, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you have good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony and evidentiary case file that respondent's in violation of section 2232A and 22441, and I'll require compliance within 30 days or assessment of a $200 a day fine for each day the violation continues.
Agenda item number 29, case number is CE 23040090. Case address is 3960 North Flagler Drive, Unit 305.
This property too was cited for failure to obtain a rental license. Service was accomplished by certified mail, which was signed for on 4/17/2023. Both the property and City Hall was posted on 4/18/2023. There isn't an active application in this system for a rental license. Spoke with the property owner's representative Thomas on Monday, and he was informed that he needed to obtain a rental license. The city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance at $200 a day thereafter.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posted in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe that the photograph that we reviewed is of posting. Is that a posting of this notice of violation for this case at this address?
Yes, ma'am.
And the 30-day, the owner's representative that you talked with, I think you said that there's no application in the system.
There's no application in the system.
And on this case, did the owner's representative otherwise deny or object that this was currently being
No,
rented?
ma'am.
Okay. And is 30 days a reasonable amount of time within which to?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photograph, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none, and Surgis, I heard your fine amount was $200 per day, is that correct?
Beg your pardon?
Your fine amount was $200?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. In case CE 23040090, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony and evidentiary case file that respondent's in violation of 2332A, 22441, and require compliance within 30 days or a $200 fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Agenda item number 30, case number is CE 23040099. Case address is 500 Executive Center Drive, Unit 3A.
This property was cited for failure to renew its rental license and certificate of use. Service was accomplished by certified mail, which was signed for on 4/14/2023. Both the property and City Hall was posted on 5/19/2023. I've had no contact with the property owner. There's a balance due of $68.24 on this renewal as of this morning. All addresses matches, and city is requesting 10 days to come in compliance or $100 a day thereafter.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Just to be clear, is this for renting a particular unit at the 500 Executive Center Drive building?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your testimony with respect to confirming that the unit is still being rented?
There's an active license in the system for rental. The addresses remains the same as previously for the application and the owner's mailing address.
Okay. Do you believe 10 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring this alleged violation
Absolutely.
into compliance? Thank you, Special Magistrate. The city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photograph, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none. And just so I'm clear, you indicated a balance. Do you need me to do anything with that balance, or that just remains
No,
outstanding
ma'am.
in
I'm
the
just
system?
that's
Okay.
that's
You
just
wanted
my
me to know.
testimony.
Okay, thank you. In case CE 23040099, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you have good service. I'll find based on the testimony and evidentiary case file that the respondent's in violation of section 2232A and 22441. I'll require compliance within 10 days or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Agenda item number 31, case number is CE 23040101. Case address is 500 Executive Center Drive, Unit 3L.
This property too was cited for failure to renew its rental license and certificate of use. Certified mail was returned. The property in City Hall was posted on 5/19/2023. I've had no contact with the owner. There's a balance in the system of $68.24 for this renewal. The city is requesting 10 days to come into compliance or $100 a day thereafter.
Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had any communication with the owner?
No contact with the owner.
Okay, and what is your testimony with respect to that the unit is being currently rented?
It's a delinquent rental license, and their addresses remain the same as when first applied for the rental license. Mailing address, the whole 9 yards.
And the time that you're requesting, do you believe that that's a reasonable amount of time within which to bring this alleged violation into compliance?
Absolutely, this could be paid online. All that's required is just a payment, and it brings the license current.
Thank you. One moment, please. Is that for number 31? Yeah. Oh, okay. Kevin, the photograph that we saw before, was that the photograph of posting for this current case?
They're all under one, because there's 3 at this location. They're all.
That photograph, right?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photograph, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. That's the one I always needed to see. Okay, perfect. Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none, in case CE 23040101, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on that affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony and evidentiary case file that respondent's in violation of section 2232A, 22441, and I'll require compliance within 10 days or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Agenda item number 32, case number is CE 23040105. Case address is 500 Executive Center Drive, Unit 2E.
This property too was cited for failure to renew its rental license and certificate of use. Certified mail was returned. Property in City Hall was posted on 5/19/2023. I've had no contact with the property owner. There's a balance in the system for this license of $68.24. The city is requesting 10 days to come into compliance or $100 a day thereafter.
Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your what is your testimony as to evidence?
Current delinquent license in the system, and again, a mailing address of it was sent to the correct mailing address.
And do you believe that the time that you're requesting is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring this alleged violation into compliance?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photograph, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none, in case CE 23040105, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony and evidentiary case file that respondents in violation of sections 2232A and 22441 and require compliance within 10 days or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Agenda item number 33, case number is CE 2304-0185. Case address is 1555 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, Unit 100, regarding the LASIK Institute.
This business was cited for failure to renew its business tax receipt and BTR penalties. Certified mail was returned, and the business and City Hall was posted on 5/19/2023. When I got there, I spoke to the receptionist who and informed her that there was a past due balance of $217.02. To date, as of this morning, that renewal fee was not paid, so it's still an outstanding balance. The city is requesting a one-time fee of $250 for this violation.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect the notice of violation was sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to this LASIK Institute, do you have testimony that this is an ongoing, current, open business?
The business is still there because I spoke to the receptionist on the morning of the posting.
Okay, and the receptionist is for the business, or is the receptionist for an entire building?
For the business.
Okay.
This is one suite.
Okay. And the posting photo that is in the file, is that posting at the receptionist desk for this particular business?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Do you believe that 10 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring this alleged violation into compliance?
This is a one-time fee.
Or, excuse me, I apologize. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photograph, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none, in case CE 2304-0185, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony and evidentiary case file that respondents are in violation of section 82143C and 82144. I'll assess a one-time fee in the amount of $250 for those violations.
Agenda item number 34, case number is CE 2305-0172. Case address is 1920 North Congress Avenue, Unit 201.
This property was cited for failure to renew its rental license and certificate of use. Certified mail was returned. The property and City Hall was posted on 5/19/2023. I've had no contact with the property owner. As of this morning, there is still a balance of $68.24 for the renewal of this rental license. The city is requesting 10 days to come into compliance or $100 a day thereafter.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Photograph of posting, is that a photograph of the posting of the notice of violation in this case for this address at this unit?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your testimony with regard to whether the unit is being currently rented?
There's a delinquent license on file, and on checking this particular owner, all his licenses for the city of West Palm Beach are currently delinquent in this zone and in other zones.
Thank you. The 10 days that you're requesting, do you believe that that's a reasonable amount of time?
Absolutely.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photograph, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none, in case CE 2305-0172, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony and evidence entered into the record that the respondent's in violation of section 2332A and 22441. I'll require the respondents to comply within 10 days or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Agenda item number 35, case number is CE 2305-0173. Case address is 1950 North Congress Ave, Unit 205.
This property too was cited for failure to renew its rental license and certificate of use. Certified mail was returned. The property on City Hall was posted on 5/19/2023. I've had no contact with the owner. There's still a balance in the system of $68.24 as of this morning. As with the previous case, it's the same owner. And there are multiple properties that this property owner owns in the city of West Palm Beach, to which all his or her rental license are delinquent. So the city is requesting 10 days to come into compliance, $100 a day thereafter.
Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And the photograph of posting, is that a photograph of posting of this notice of violation for this address in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe that 10 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring this alleged violation into compliance?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photograph, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none, in case CE 23050173, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony and evidentiary case file that the respondent's in violation of sections 2232A and 22441 and require compliance within 10 days or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 36, case number is CE 23040214. Case address is 337 South Sequoia Drive.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On April 19th, the property at 337 South Sequoia Drive was cited for required permits for new fencing, required inspection, and trash can placement. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted May 18th. Certified mail and regular mail was sent April 21st. Certified mail was returned April 27th. I've had no contact with the property owner. The property has since come into compliance with the trash can placement. There has been an application made for the newly installed fence, but there has been no movement with it since the application was submitted on May 11th. With that being said, city's recommending 30 days to obtain the permit for the new fencing and 60 days to complete all inspections and be in compliance. If they're not met within the time frame, city's requesting $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And the photograph of posting, is that a photograph of posting of this notice of violation at this property for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And the fence, just can you tell us for the record, the photograph showed a wooden fence. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am. As you can see on all sides of the property all the way around, there's brand new fencing and no permit pulled at the time of the installation. It was pulled after the fact. When I did notice a violation, I did speak to, seems to me, contractors working at the time, but they had no information for me, so that's why I proceeded to send out the notice of violation to make contact with ownership, letting them know what's required of the city of West Palm. But no contact was made.
Thank you. The 30 days to get the permit issued and the 60 days to do the inspections, do you believe that those are reasonable amount of times within which to bring these alleged violations into compliance?
More than enough because it's already been submitted.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photograph, and any and all other documents relied upon, including the application for the fence.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none in case CE 23040214, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1. Without objection, I'll find based on the affidavit of posting you have good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony that the respondent's in violation of section 110.1 and 94302A3. I'll require compliance by, within 30 days for issuance of the permit and compliance by 60 days for the required inspections. If compliance is not achieved within either of those timeframes, a fine of $100 per day will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Agenda item number 37, case number is CE 2304-0249. Case address is 5067 Ellery Terrace.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On April 18th, the property at 5067 Ellery Terrace was cited for trash can placement. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted May 9th. Certified mail as well as regular mail went out April 26th. Certified mail was returned I'm sorry. This should be returned June 5th. In this case, the reinspection was dated for May 5th. Compliance was achieved May 9th. With this being said, city's recommending a finding of fact on this case.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
The photograph of posting, is that a photograph of posting of the notice of violation in this case for this address?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And have you had any communication with the owner?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none in case 23040249, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1. I'll find, without objection, based on the affidavit of posting and the delivered certified mailing that you had good service for today's hearing. So your testimony is that you gave them a time to comply in your notice. They didn't comply within that timeline, so you're asking for just a finding of fact?
Correct.
Okay. With that, I'll find respondents, based on the photographs and testimony, that respondents are in violation of section 7434A1J, but that they have complied with that section, but not within the timeline specified in the notice of violation. So I will issue a finding of fact, finding them in violation, but that they have since complied. Thank you.
Agenda item number 38, case number is CE 2304-0279. Case address is 4334 Chalmers Lane.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On April 25th, the property at 4334 Chalmers Lane was cited for a trash can placement. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted May 9th. Certified mail as well as regular mail went out April 28th. Certified mail was received May 1st. I've had several conversations with this property owner with this same violation numerous times. In this case, the reinspection was set for April 28th. Compliance date was May 9th. With that being said, city's recommending a finding of fact in this case.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
The photograph that we see, is that a photograph of notice of violation posted at this property for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none in case CE 23040279, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting and the delivered certified mailing that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony and evidentiary case file photographs that The respondents were in violation of section 7434A1J, but have since complied, so I'll grant the requested finding of fact.
Agenda item number 39, case number is CE 23040280. Case address is 5122 Ashley River Road.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On April 25th, the property at 5122 Ashley River Road was cited for trash can placement. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted May 9th. Certified mail was sent April 27th. Certified mail was returned May 25th. I've had numerous conversations with this property owner in regards to this violation. With that being said, city's recommending, excuse me, the reinspection for this particular case was April 28th. Compliance was May 9th. With this being said, city's recommending a finding of fact in this case.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the posting of this notice of violation at this property for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is respondent present? Seeing none, in case CE 23040280, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you have good service. I'll find based on the testimony and evidentiary case file that respondent was in violation of 7434A1J, but has since complied, so I'll award the finding of fact, or issue the finding of fact. Thank you.
Agenda item number 40, case number is CE 23040295. Case address is 442 21st Street.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On April 27th, the property at 442 21st Street was cited for window screenings must be provided, certificate of use, rental license violation, and landscape must be grass or sod or approved plant material. On the property, as well as City Hall, was posted May 18th. Certified mail was sent April 28th. Certified mail was returned May 4th. I did have a conversation with the property owner yesterday. He's requesting additional time to get the sod installed. That's the only item he has left to take care of. With that being said, city's recommending 30 days to bring the property into compliance and pass all rental inspections within 30 days, or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violation that still exists on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to the landscaped areas, is it your testimony that you're seeing bare areas of the grass or the property?
Yes, there's sod that's missing in the side setback, the front setback, as you can see, as depicted in the photographs. At the time of my inspection, there were still screens missing as depicted in my photographs, that front window, and there was a side window on the property as well. These are all criteria under the rental inspection, and this was made aware at the time of the first inspection, but I could not seem to get it completed. So this is why I sent out the notice of violation to get the ball rolling. With that being said, As you can see in my photographs, the property does still remain in that state per the owner, that it still requires sod. I do still need to re-inspect to confirm all violations have been complied as per the rental inspection as well.
Thank you. Do you believe that 30 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring this remaining alleged violation into compliance?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
And just so I'm clear, I may have misheard you. Have any of the sections complied, or are they all still outstanding?
I have not confirmed that anything has been taken care of, so I'm requesting the extra time as per the owner requested, and at that time you can re-inspect to
So all
further.
the, you're
Yep.
requesting a finding on all the sections listed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, for the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none, in case CE 23040295, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony that respondents are in violation of section 181023, 2232A, 22441, and 94442C1. I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Agenda item number 41, case number is CE 23050031. Case address is 2771 Village Boulevard.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On May 5th, the property at 2771 Village Boulevard was cited for business tax violation. This is an expired business tax receipt. The notice was hand-delivered and posted at City Hall on May 18th. Certified mail was sent May 8th. Certified mail was returned May 11th. I did have a conversation with the property manager over the phone and in person at the time of posting. She did have on her person the notice that was sent regular mail. As of this morning, the balance remains on this business tax receipt. With that being said, city's recommending 10 days to bring it into compliance, or a one-time fine of $250 to be assessed.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this for the whole 2771 building, basically?
Basically, what it is, it's the management office for the community, and that's what that building is. The business tax receipt is for the homeowners association to operate. So I did try to explain it as best I could at the time of posting and over the phone, but to my dismay, that the balance still remained this morning.
Was there a photograph that we just reviewed, the estimated balance? I think I saw it was like $70.
Yes, it's there. I always include that.
Okay.
I leave no stone unturned. I do not sideswipe them at all. They're very well aware of what's going on, because I also include in the mailing the balance is due and means of paying that balance. So they never have an excuse when it comes to me.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, correspondence and written communication, the overdue balance printout, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none, in case CE 23050031, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you have good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony and evidentiary case file that respondents in violation of section 82144. I'll require compliance within 10 days or assessment of a one-time fine in the amount of $250.
Agenda item number 42, case number is CE 2305-0095. Case address is 4338 Braxton Ave, and it's complied. Agenda item number 43, case number is CE 2305-0098. Case address is 5084 Ashley River Road.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On May 9th, the property at 5084 Ashley River Road was cited for trash can placement. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted May 17th. Certified mail as well as regular mail was sent May 15th. Certified mail was returned May 22nd. The reinspection set for this case was May 16th. Compliance was met May 17th. With that being said, City is recommending a finding of fact in this case.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
The photograph, is that the notice of violation posted at this property for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none, Mr. McFarland, you have quite the record on these trash can cases today.
I'm going to give you some background on this. The Homeowners Association is fed up with the owners, renters not following their guidelines.
the rules,
so
yeah.
that's why.
I got
I'm trying to beat it home to them, but it's not working.
I see. All right, thank you, sir. In case CE 2305-0098, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and the testimony that the respondent was in violation of section 7434A1J, but has since complied, so I'll grant the requested finding of fact.
Agenda item number 44, case number is CE 2305-0099. Case address is 5187 Ellery Terrace.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On May 9th, the property at 5187 Ellery Terrace was cited for repeat violation, underlining case CE 2205-0192, trash can placement and address characters. The property was posted as well as City Hall on May 17th. Certified mail as well as regular mail was sent May 15th. Certified mail was returned May 22nd. I've had no contact with this property owner. The property has since come into compliance with the address characters. The trash can placement is a repeat violation. The reinspection for the underlying case was May 24th. That subsequently complied June 21st. Like I said, this is an ongoing occurrence in this neighborhood. Trying to be uniform with any type of fine issued. With that being said, city's recommending a one-time fine for the repeat violation of $500.
And can you restate that compliance date? I think you said June 21st, but I don't think you could have meant June 21st. Was that the original case, or was that?
Yes, the underlying case.
Okay, so that was from what year was that? 20?
Yeah,
22?
I always try to give the underlying cases reinspection and compliance.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
And the photograph that we saw, is that a photograph of this notice of violation posted at this property for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And just to make the record clear, the underlying case of CE 22050192 was ordered on May 24th of 2022 to come into compliance for the garbage can placement of 7434A1J, and it did comply on 6/21/22. Is that your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you re-observed this occur sometime in May of 2023, and then you said it subsequently came into compliance again.
Yes, this is the game we play.
Excellent, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon, including the underlying case as referenced.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none, and just so I'm clear, Mr. McFarland, 78-6, you said complied, right? So you're not seeking anything on that?
No, ma'am.
Break
They
standards?
did repair the address characters.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir. In case CE 23050099, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you have good service for today's hearing. I'll find that respondents, based on the photographs and testimony, that respondents were in violation of Section 2635B and 7434A1J with regard to the garbage can placement, but they have since complied. I'll assess a one-time fine in the amount of $500 for that repeat violation.
Agenda item number 45, case number is CE 23050205. Case address is 4200 Temple Street.
Good morning. City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On May 18th, the property at 4200 Temple Street was cited for repeat violation. Underlining case is CE 201-00262. Inoperative vehicle. The property as well as City Hall was posted May 22nd. Certified mail as well as regular mail was sent May 22nd. Certified mail was returned May 29th. I have been in constant contact with the representative of the property, and he's been working diligently to get all the items complied. He did verbalize to me this morning that he did get everything completed. I'm just waiting for a confirmation email from him. So with that being said, before we go on, let me go back to the underlying case of CE 201-00262. Reinspection was required December 15th, 2020. Subsequent compliance was gained February 9th, 2021. These are the same type of violations observed on May 18th. Like I said, the individual has been diligently working to get the property back into compliance, and city is taking that into consideration in regards to the repeat violation. City is requesting a one-time fine of $250.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the posting as well as the alleged violation that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it about the vehicle? We saw that in the photograph, but just so you can say it for the record, what is it about the vehicle that made it inoperative?
Okay, one wheel has no tires, just the rim. The other front tires are worn and flat, as you can see, and also the tag is expired per the owner's admittment to that tag being expired. He has since got a temporary tag. I'm just waiting for him to email me over the documentation of the temporary tag.
Okay, for the underlying case of CE 201-00262, I know you said the reinspection date was 12/9/2020. So do you have a date of the special magistrate order that we can put in the record for that underlying case? Can we find
No, I did not include that. I just included the compliance date of February 9th, 2021.
Yeah, I know it's complied, but I think we need for the record the date of the special magistrate order of the underlying case. And while we wait, Officer McFarland, it's your testimony that the underlying case was also for 34102B.
It was a number of violations, but the inoperative was a part of the case as well.
Okay. I do see that, and the date is, keep going. Keep going. Yep, down, down, down. And the date of that order in the underlying case was January 6th of 2021. Excellent, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, the underlying case as referenced with regard to the order and the affidavit of compliance, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, is the respondent present? Seeing none, in case CE 23050205, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony that respondents are in repeat violation of Section 2635B and 34102B for the inoperative vehicle. I will assess the one-time fine in the amount of $250 for that repeat violation.
Thank you.
Special Magistrate, this concludes the regular agenda.
If we could take a 5-minute recess in between. Just let me know when you're ready.
WPB-TV, 30 seconds. I believe we're good.
All right, with that, I'll convene the reduction hearings. It's again, or still June 7th. It is 12:20 p.m. And with that, I'll turn it to the city for the first case. I guess first thing, before I do that, let me swear everybody in, since you guys came in after the last round of that. If you're here to testify on any of the fine mitigation hearings, if you could stand and raise your right hands for me. I'll swear you all in at the same time. Are you going to testify, ma'am? Thank you. Do you all swear affirm to tell the... She already was sworn. Do you all swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. If you did happen to be here at the beginning of the process, the process is a little bit different on these fine mitigation hearings. You have the burden to, you can sit down. You have the burden to explain to me or prove to me why the fine amount should be reduced. As you've seen, as you've been sitting here, the city will testify from the podium to my left. When you hear your case called, you'll come to the podium to my right. I will make a finding at the end of the discussion based on what the parties say, and we'll go from there. And I didn't say this at the beginning, but I'm sorry, my name still is Amity Barnard, and I'm the magistrate for this part of the hearing. So with that, I'll turn it to the city. Thank you.
Okay. Agenda item number 6. Case number is CE 21090227. Case address is 1219 Georgia Avenue.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. Case CE 21090227 was cited on October 17, 2021. The property was cited for failure to obtain a building permit and required inspections. The property was given an additional 90 days or $50 a day to achieve compliance. The property was out of compliance for 281 days, resulting in a lien amount of $14,050. Special Magistrate, the applicant and the violator is the same. The city is seeking 25%. That's $3,513.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, gentlemen, your name for the record? Names?
I'm the homeowner, Chris Forster.
Thank you.
My name is William Eldred. I'll be speaking on Mr. Worcester's behalf with his permission, and I own Easy Permits.
Okay. Go ahead. So explain to me why the fine should be reduced. You've heard what the city's saying. They're willing to reduce it to 25% of the fine amount, but go ahead and give me your side of the story.
So he was cited, in October of 2021. And within just a few days after that, he contacted a contractor who I use for, me and him work together with permits and with building. And so he contacted and did everything he was supposed to do immediately. He didn't wait. And from there, we contracted an engineer. What happened in this case is he was caught with installing mini splits without pulling permits. And he thought that he could. He didn't know he needed permits for mini split. And the actuality, the truth is known. If it's a 1 ton or less, or if it's a 1 ton mini split, you don't need a permit for it, but they require it anyways. But so he got cited for that. And in the cites, and one of the things he says is that it appears as though there's a new roof, which he did already have a permit that was already done and closed out for the roof. And windows, he got a permit for the windows, and they were closed out. And but he didn't get a permit for the mini splits. So we hired a contractor and an engineer immediately to get this taken care of. Well, the engineer that we hired, he got sick. He got the coronavirus or something, and he was a little bit delayed. Took him a little bit longer than normal. But we're taking a 100-year-old home and we're remodeling it. Part that's not in the complaint is he was in the process of remodeling the inside. And when I showed up on the job, I told him, you need permits for all this work you're doing on the inside. So we figured we'll just get everything done and get it done right. And so we pulled the building permit for the inside, the mechanical permits, the electrical permits, the plumbing permits, pulled everything. You should have a record of it there. And but those things take a while with the 100-year-old home. And soon into the project, we realized that the mini splits weren't practical. The engineering on it just didn't work. So what we decided to do is change course, not use mini splits. Instead, we use window units, which don't require a permit. And so that's what we went with, window units with permanently installed heaters. But he was in code compliance immediately, right off the bat. I was in constant communication with Jay Cooley. I've called him several times to let him know what we were doing. And in fact, in June of last year, he was, let me take a look at it here. He got an affidavit of non-compliance on June 22nd of last year. But at the time they did the non-compliance, notice of non-compliance, we had already submitted the permits for the building, the mechanical, the electrical, and the plumbing on April 28th of that same year. So 2 months prior to that, we had already had permits in place, and we also had drawings. But
Was in place or submitted?
They were submitted. They were submitted.
Okay.
They weren't approved yet, but they were submitted. The drawings were all submitted. And at that particular time, during the middle of the corona thing, our engineer, I believe the engineer that we had might have gotten corona, which is why he was gone for about 2 months. And at that particular time, we were getting notices from the city of West Palm Beach that they're behind on their reviews because of an overload of work, and so the reviews took a little bit longer than normal. But if you look at the record there, just taking a look just at the mechanical record alone, which is, by the way, why this whole thing is one for the mechanical, not for all the other work. The other work we did just to bring the house into compliance. But on the mechanical, it was submitted, the first review was done on 5/27, which was 1 month after we submitted the application, and it failed. It failed again on 7/27. It failed again on 10/11. Failed again on 1/10 of 2023, and then finally it passed on 1/24 of 23. So it was a process, a back and forth process between our engineer and the city of West Palm Beach to get it into compliance. But my client, Mr. Worcester, he did everything that he was supposed to do. It's just take a 100-year-old home and modernize it and bring it up to compliance. It's a big job, and
What was the reason for the failures? Why did so many inspection failures occur?
The inspector failures had to do with the engineering that we had, and that's common. That happens. I've had the very, very best of engineers who have submitted plans, and the plans fail on the first, second, and third review, and that's coming from the very best. The engineer that we use is a very, very good engineer, but just like all the rest of them, yeah, he had failures, so issues that we have to address. And a lot of times, these are minor issues. Sometimes the plan reviewer will look at it and they don't see it from the same standpoint that we see it, and we just have to clarify things with them. But in the mechanical issue, goes beyond clarifying. In this particular case, we had to go 180 degrees into a different direction, which is where we decided not to go with the mini splits and go to window units instead. So in all honesty, my client, by the time they started putting on the fines in place, he had already, the plans were in there, the permits were in there. He did everything that he could possibly do. There's nothing more that he could have done to be in compliance. We even put in for what's it called? Hold on a second. Expedited permit. We applied for an expedited. I have the copy. It's actually in the application where we applied for an expedited permit, and to try to get the process to move quickly. But at that particular time, they weren't doing expedited permits, so we weren't granted the expedited permit. But we did try. We did apply for it. So my client really, in all honesty, he shouldn't have to pay anything as far as the fines goes, because he's been in compliance all along, right from the get-go. We've been
he can't possibly have been in compliance, or there wouldn't have been a 280-day violation and fine running, right?
Just to clarify, being in compliance means that you have a permit, the inspection was done, and the permit's been closed out. And even a 90-day extension is not enough time to do everything that had to be done, especially with the timing as it was, the age of the house, the extent of the work that we had to get taken care of. It just wasn't enough time.
What's the city's response? Walk me back through the dates of citation and when the permit was applied for and when the permit was ultimately issued.
I don't have the date when the permits was applied for. We can always pull that up in the case for you, but I can state per the notes that Inspector Cooley put, this property was given 6 different extensions from the time that it was cited back in October 17th of 2021. On November 5th, 2021, 30-day extension. On December 8th, 2021, another 30-day extension. Then January 6th, a 21-day extension. Then February 10th, another 30-day extension. So they were working with the owners and or the contractors, extending the time over and over again 6 times. This property wasn't taken to hearing till, I'll give you the date. It wasn't taken to hearing till March 16th of 2022. Mind you, this property was cited back in 2021, October. So the city was working with you guys plenty of time, but it's only so much time we can give for work to be done. And even additional to the 6 30 days, which was 90 days that were extensions that were given, an additional 90 days was even given at the hearing to try and get all of this done. So even with setbacks or notes or something needed to be updated, the city provided enough time for that to be done.
So they went to hearing in March and 90 days were given? So
an additional 90 days was given in March 16, 2022.
And then they didn't comply for 281 days.
281 days after that. So the city tried really work with you guys.
Do you have the compliance date?
The compliance date for, give me a second, I'll give you. They complied they just complied. They complied on March 23rd, 2023.
That's almost 2 years from, I guess a year and 6 months. That's a long time from the date that you're first cited to get into compliance.
You're right, but I would just like to say that what good is giving a 6-month extension to a project that they know is going to take a year to do? And there was no way to get it done quicker. And keep in mind, the code violation wasn't for the interior work. The code violation was just for those mini splits.
But why does getting those permitted take a year?
Because it's an old home, and it's not, believe me, it's not unusual for a lot, I call it ping-ponging back and forth between the building department and the engineers. That, in this particular case, it went on quite a bit. There was a lot that had to be done because of the age of the home. It's a 100-year-old home, and he's bringing it up to code, modernizing it, and what happened is those mini splits got pushed into the mingle of everything, and we actually did comply with the mini splits. The problem was we put it in with the electrical and the plumbing and the building permits and all those other permits, everything put together. That's what made it drag out for such a long period of time. But my client was in compliance right away, right off the get-go. He was in compliance and he stayed in compliance. It's just for the scope of the entire project It just
But you
wasn't enough
gotta
time
be careful
given.
saying compliance there, because there wasn't compliance. The testimony is that the property was out of compliance for 281 days. So he was attempting to get into compliance, but he wasn't actually in compliance until that 281st day.
Well, we got to remember, the code violation, what it says is that, first of all, part of it is, it includes the roof, which he had a closed permit for the roof at the time, and the windows, which he had a closed permit for it at the time. But it was just for, it says, new mini-split units in the outside box. He said new looking plumbing, which that has nothing to do with it. The other stuff, but the code violation says new mini-splits in the outside box. We got rid of those right away. Those were gone. But the problem was...
Did you call the code inspector and get an
I
inspection?
talked to Jay Cooley quite a bit, quite often on this project. I was in constant communication with him. But like I say, we had to, when we submitted the drawings included mini splits. And it wasn't until after we submitted the drawings and the building department looked at them that we realized that this just isn't going to work. The mini splits that just logically are not going to work. So at that point, we decided to go backwards. Normally mini splits don't require drawings, but the mini splits just about always will require drawings. But if this was a situation where it's just installing a mini split, submit drawings, submit plans for a mini split, a mechanical application, those go quickly. There's no hesitation on those. I do those all day long, and they go quickly. But it's because of everything, let's say everything that went along with it, that's what delayed the project. And, if we're going to have building inspectors coming out and looking at mini splits, we better make sure that the entire building is in compliance. And that's exactly what we did. We had to bring the entire building, 4 units, into compliance, it was a huge undertaking, but we did it. We got everything done, and we did it the right way. My client paid the fees. He paid over $6,000 in permit fees and in fines because of the mini splits. And like I say, he did everything that he was supposed to do, everything he should have done right from the get-go. He hired a builder. He hired me. We pulled the permits. We got everything into play. It was just the drawings that took a while because the drawings weren't just for mini splits. The drawings were for all the trades had to be included in the drawings, and that's where it got delayed. That's why it took so long. Mini splits by themselves, correct? They usually don't take very long. 30 days would have been plenty of time to comply with if it was just mini splits. But we include it as a package, as a complete package.
What this is a multifamily, so this is a rental property for you, sir, is that right?
Yes. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the difficulty is, you continue to say that he did everything right, but he wouldn't be in code enforcement if he did everything right. You wouldn't be here. There wouldn't be violations.
Yeah, it's kind of like a catch-22.
I know.
If it was just the mini splits, we would have had this done a long time ago.
Right.
But it wasn't. It was bringing the whole building into compliance is what we had to do. And just so that you know, he wasn't penalized because they didn't know what he was doing inside the building. I went inside the building and I seen what he was doing, and I said, "Hey, we got to make this right." And when you get halfway through a project, in my case, and you say to them, "Hey, we got to make this right." Well, we covered up a lot of the plumbing already. Well, now we have to open walls so that the inspectors can see plumbing and stuff like that. It was a huge, huge undertaking.
But you know what they say, ignorance is no excuse.
Well,
if you're interior renovating a house, you should know you need building permits for that. And
But he was just starting. Yeah, he was just starting on the project, just getting into it. And he did know, but when he hired me, we did the right thing.
You got it fixed. I
got it
understand.
fixed,
You
yeah.
finally got there. It just took a while. Does the city have any response to that additional testimony?
Yes, I did want to say, I think the conversation is leaning where we're just talking about mini splits. And Jay Cooley's initial inspection there, he did note all trades, remodel project and AC work, new mini split units and outside box, new looking plumbing pipe, and extension of building, new looking roof. And he, because of the extensive work that he noticed was being done, he actually charged them 4 times the fee in the stop work order. But also let's note, numerous extensions were given prior to heading into hearing, but as you noted yourself, Inspector Cooley stayed in contact with the owner, with whoever was doing the project the whole time. So at that March 16th hearing, no one showed up. So at that time, if additional time needed to complete this project, whether it was 4 months additional, if the 90 days was not sufficient, that was the time to come because he was in constant contact with whoever at the time was managing the property, who was managing this project. So it can't be, the city wasn't extending this, they weren't doing this. We reached out, we give enough time, and we allow every applicant here the opportunity to show up to these hearings and request the time that they need to get this work done. And you guys were in contact and no one showed up to the hearing.
How come nobody appeared at the hearing?
It's a miscommunication, unintentional.
Unintentional, okay. Because she's right. I mean, that is the time I don't know how long you've been sitting in the audience, but at the beginning of this hearing this morning, depending on what is said, you obviously get more time if you bother to show up to code enforcement and explain your side of the story and explain how long it's actually going to take you to comply or object to what the recommendation of the city staff is if they give a timeline that you don't think is reasonable.
Could I make a comment?
Go ahead, sir.
So in Jay Cooley's initial report, okay, his violation, he doesn't say one word about the inside of the house. Everything he's seen, he observed from the outside. He didn't say, because he didn't go inside the house. He did not know what was going on inside the house. So he mentions outside plumbing that looks new. That doesn't mean it's new. It just means it looks new, A new roof. Well, yeah, there was a new roof. A year earlier than that, he got a roof installed. He got a permit for it, and the permit was closed out at the time. New windows. Yeah, he got new windows installed, but he got a permit for it, and they were closed out at the time. So the stuff that Jay Cooley's seen on the outside, he actually doesn't even mention anything about the windows because he probably looked and seen that there was a permit pulled for the windows, I'm sure. But and the roof, the permit had already been pulled at this time. The roof may not have been closed out because it was close to that same time, but the permit was pulled and the inspections were done and the permit was closed out on the roof.
All right, anything further, sir? Either of you?
Do you have to say anything? Okay, no, I think we're done.
All right, anything further from the city?
Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, in case CE 2109-0227, I'm going to grant, I guess I need to enter the, do you need a case file entered into the record on this one?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to grant a reduction. I understand you've put a lot of money into rehabilitating the house, and it looks, from the pictures that have been shown, it looks beautiful. So you certainly did quite a bit of work. I am going to reduce the fine. I'm not going to reduce it to the number the city is asking. I'm going to give you a little bit more of a reduction. But almost 2 years is too long to get into compliance with code. I can be reasonable, but you also have to be reasonable in understanding that the city has to enforce its code. And if there's no point in having code enforcement, and there's no point in citing people, and there's no point in giving timelines for compliance, and there's no point in having hearings, then it invalidates their code. So,
Special Magistrate, can I say one more thing? Do you mind?
Go ahead.
I have documentation here to show that, you said 2 years is a long period of time, but I have documentation to show that the ping-ponging back and forth between the city of West Palm Beach from the time we submitted everything to the time it was finally approved took over a year for West Palm Beach to do their job. So you really, how can you find us when we're waiting for West Palm Beach to do their job? And I'd like to show this to you if you want to take a look at it.
Go ahead, show it to the city first. Show it to the city attorney first, this city code, and she'll show it to the city attorney.
I got this off of the website.
Okay, what am I looking at?
So this is the dates, looking at the dates for when, because there's a lot of fails on it. But if you look at the dates, something was done every couple of months on all the different trades. Something was done. It's not like we stood behind it, did nothing.
That's what we're saying too, though.
What's that?
Okay, sorry, I just want to speak into the mic from, which I'll give you the chance to look at. Okay. So, as he's stating, he made the statement earlier, the city failed to do his job, but the paper that he's showing is that we were doing our job. We were passing, failing items that were submitted, and we're giving them feedback on how to correct it. This is what this is for.
And
it's
how do inspections work with the city? Is it an automatic reinspection, or does somebody call in and request reinspection?
I think once they start working on the paper, they'll submit the paperwork, they'll send them feedback. It's either they'll accept it, and they'll send them feedback if they need to resubmit it. Whatever they may need from inspections to planning and zoning, they send them feedback and let them know to resubmit. So, I'll bring it to you to look at, but this is what this is saying. It failed because, I can't really read this because he got it from the website, but it talks about when it was processed, when it came, when fire looked at it, electrical, building, looking at it, confirming that they received a statement from the Palm Beach County Health Department. So just like we stayed on top of it. As information was coming into us, we were giving feedback. It's not up to us when a project is completed if you don't ask for the additional time that you need. Like I said, they've been dealing with this since October 17th of last year. Plenty of extensions were given. We give feedback on what needed to be done to properly submit this, and it's up to you guys however long it takes to resubmit a paperwork. It's not on us. But you can,
Let me just take a look at that.
And I'd like to clarify one thing also as well.
Go ahead, while she's looking at that.
Just so you understand how this happens. What those resubmits there are is where we submit the plans to the city of West Palm Beach, and they have corrections. They say, oh, the breakers are wrong for on the panel for the mini splits. We need to change that. So we send it to the engineer. The engineer makes the changes on the plans, and we resubmit it back to West Palm Beach. And this went back and forth quite a few times between
But that's
us.
not the city not doing its job.
Oh, no,
That's-
the city did their job. The city did a great job. I was mistaken when I said the city didn't do their job. What I meant by that comment is that over that time period, you want to find us when we're doing this ping-ponging back and forth between us and the city, between the engineer and the city. It's not like we didn't do anything for that 2 years. We were constantly going back and forth. We were doing something. But when we finally got the plans approved and we had our inspections done, just so you know, every single one of those trades passed inspection on the very first inspection, which means that the work was done correctly.
Right, and when you first started talking, you rattled off a bunch of inspection dates, and they were all at least 2 or 3 months apart. Why was there such a lag in between your resubmittal timeframe?
That was on the plan review, not the actual inspections. That was basically paperwork going back from the architect and engineer to the city plan reviewers. That's paperwork going back and forth.
I know, but why did it take 2 months for the paperwork to go back?
Because when you send paperwork back to an architect and engineer, that goes on a stack of other
But that's
files that
not
need
the
to be-
city's problem, that's your problem.
Oh,
You're-
100% it's my problem. But this year process where it was going back and
Yeah.
forth, that's essentially paperwork going back from architect and engineer to the city. I would call the architect and engineer and try to push him along. You know, he tells me it's COVID, things are busy, I have 100 of these things to do. The city says, hey, we're just failing stuff that deserves to fail. So as a homeowner, I was kind of just stuck, you know, chasing people around, trying to get stuff done. But obviously there's only so much I can do.
I don't want there to be an accusation that somehow that means the city is not doing its job. I mean, I
No,
understand
the
there's
ci-
a back
the
and
city,
forth.
The city of West Palm Beach does a great job. I have a fantastic relationship with all the building inspectors and with the plan review people. I know all of them. They all know who I am. So I have a very good relationship. The city of West Palm Beach does an amazing, they're one of the best building departments in our area.
Okay, thank you for that. Does the city attorney have something to add?
Well, just the paper that they submitted, just saying no objection, and also when you see it, special magistrate, you'll see that there's almost 300 different notes from the different plan reviewers for the
Thank you.
review and inspections.
How much was the permit amount?
6,000 something.
And I also just wanted to reiterate, I don't know if you caught it, as part of lumping everything together in the same permit, we already paid a fee 4 times what it should have been to the city of West Palm Beach. I don't know if that is good for anything, but we've kind of, we're already penalized financially somewhat for, I think permit fees should have been around $1,500, and I think they ended up being $7,000 for these permits because it was 4 times what it was supposed to be, just to be clear.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right, yeah, I mean, it does look like there was quite a bit of back and forth. There were, as the city attorney noted, there were quite a lot of notes for many of these. And I understand that permitting is a back and forth, and I understand that, you know, one thing has to get corrected or the other thing has to get corrected. But I also understand that professional contractors have an obligation. Like, your architect has an obligation to give you timely service. Your engineer has an obligation to give you timely service. Just because they're busy is not your problem either.
How do you find what's timely, though? I don't know how that's defined. They all have kind of different definitions.
Well,
seems like.
it becomes more timely when you're in the crosshairs of code enforcement.
Sure.
You know, people work faster when they know that someone is being penalized for, or potentially going to be penalized for failing to get something done by a required time frame.
One of the things that caused this project to be so difficult is keep in mind that a lot of the work had already been started. A lot of the plumbing and electrical had already been started. And we had to open up a lot of walls just so the inspectors could see what we were doing. There's different stages of inspection. We do a rough inspection where they come in and they look at the wire gauges, they look at the plumbing, the size of the plumbing, make sure everything is correct, make sure everything's installed correctly. That's called a rough inspection. And all of our rough inspections passed on the first inspection. And then there's a final inspection when everything is all closed up and the place is ready to be rented out. That's a final inspection. And again, they all passed on the first inspection.
Yeah, no, I get that, but again, that's, you wouldn't have had to open things up if you had gotten permits in the first place, right? So that's a self-imposed hardship, and that's a self-imposed problem in terms of timing. All right, I'll give this back to you. You can come get it after I've ruled, but I will reduce it. I'm going to reduce it to $2,500 payable within 90 days. I understand you put a lot of work into the building. I understand you paid an additional permit fee. So giving you that reduction is a significant reduction from the balance that I could completely deny the request. I don't think that's reasonable. I think you have shown some diligence in getting this done. But I do have to balance that with the city's code enforcement process. And, I'll hear, I think, 20 more of these before the day is done. And everybody has a reason for why they didn't comply with code enforcement. But the reality is there's a balance there. So I hope that reduction is amenable to you, and I wish you the best of luck in your project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Agenda item number 7, case number is CE 2201-0173. Case address is 922 5th Street.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. KCE 2201-0173 was cited on January 12, 2022. The property was cited for numerous violations: handrails, safe egress, exterminating for pests, responsibilities of the owner, repairing of the dwelling to weather-tight conditions, repairing of the interior walls and floors, external doors and windows, plumbing fixtures, equipment maintenance, clean and sanitary overgrowth, fence wall maintenance, landscaping of the swell and parkway, and landscape maintenance. The property was given 90 days or $150 a day to achieve compliance. The property was out of compliance for 162 days, resulting in a lien amount of $24,300. The applicant is the owner. That was the cause of the violation. The city is seeking 25%, $6,075.
6,000 what?
$6,075. $6,075. Did I say that right?
075. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, your name for the record, sir?
Franz Fortunate, owner of Fortunate Realty.
Thank you.
Special Magistrate, I think he stepped out of the room when you swore everybody in.
Were you sworn in when I?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, very good. Can you raise your right hand for me?
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
Oh,
but
yes.
the truth? Thank you, sir.
On
Go
the
ahead.
Bible.
So you've heard what the city has said. They've said your property was out of compliance for 162 days. What's your response? They're amenable to reduction, but what's your response?
Okay. One of the issue that I had, and I explained that to code enforcement a few times. I made a few calls and let them know it's a 4-unit, and I've had issues with number 4 and number 2 and number 1, and to where they were. I don't see those pictures there, but the stuff that they were leaving on the porch outside. And when I went there and said, hey, I'm being fined for those things. They put trash everywhere. I'm saying, hey, I'm being fined for that, and I'll go and clean it up. And they put it right back outside, and they stopped paying the rent. And I tried to evict them. So what they did was call code enforcement, and that's what really initiated the whole thing. So they realized that, well, if you get code enforcement involved, we cannot be evicted. So anyway, went through the process back and forth, do what I could do at the time, and work with them as much as I can. So I end up evicting those 2 tenants. That's how I got the place where it is right now. And what I had to do was basically I did the roof, a new roof, remodeled 3 of the units, painted the whole place, as you can see, from yellow to gray now. And I redid the parking, in the back, because we had an issue with the parking in the back. So I did that with a permit, of course. And also for the roof, I got a permit for that. I have copies of that and what it costs to do that as well. and I did the landscaping. So what I did was I was able to pull the old pipes for the irrigation and whatnot for the sprinklers. So I have that, and I also miscellaneous stuff. So the tenant that lives in number 2, Devin, he's officially my property manager now over there. So he does the grass for me and whatnot, and water the plants and the grass to make sure it's good. So not to make any kind of excuses, I know what the issue was. It's basically number 1 and number 4, and they were just putting trash wherever they want. They would not listen, and I should have been more press on them a little bit more, I suppose, but they just would not listen, and they keep on putting trash and do whatever they feel like doing. And once I say, well, I'm going to evict you guys, they chose to call code enforcement, and that's where they started from. And what I have the receipt for pretty much everything from.
What's the ballpark on what you spent in your repair?
Over $41,000, and I have receipt for all that. The roof itself was $15,000. I have the receipt for that. The remodeling for 3 units was $13,000, including the appliances. I have receipts for that as well. And I have the paint. I have the Zelle where I make the payments to the gentleman that painted for me. I have the receipt from Home Depot, and that's about $7,000. And also for the parking, I have the permit and the receipt for that, which is $4,500, almost $4,600. And the landscaping, I have the receipt as well for the sods and the stuff that I have to buy. And the miscellaneous is me paying the gentleman, which is that number 2, Devin, as my quote-unquote property manager now, to make sure the place is okay. The place is, I've had a property for 7 years, and I promise you this is the best it's been because I was able to get those 2 tenants. When I tried to evict them before, because of coronavirus, they would not allow me. There was, freeze and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Once they were gone, they did not pay me for 3 months when they left, and I had to leave it empty for about 2 months to take care of the pest control issues, because I'm telling you, you could spray every day, but if you have a tenant that's just quote-unquote filthy, there's nothing you can do about that. And I also have receipts from my Zelle I can pull up real time, show I'm paying this gentleman every week, every 2 weeks, and it's just not gonna work. And it's a 4 unit, so if you have roaches in 1 unit, it's just gonna go everywhere once you spray. So it's impossible. So the issue is that I cannot get rid of the people. So when I was able to get rid of them about 3 months ago, 4 months ago, then we're back where we at now. Everything is okay now. So I spent about $41,675 to take care of that, and I have all the receipts to give you. You can keep the copies.
No, I believe your testimony. Your sworn testimony.
Yeah, I have the receipts right. If you
I believe you. None of these were repeat violations, correct?
No, they weren't
All original?
repeat violations. They were just items that the code officer observed when she was doing her inspections.
Does the city have any response to the testimony that they've heard from the respondent?
Yeah, the only thing we want to make sure we put on record as far as code enforcement, we do not stop anything civilly that's going on as far as any evictions or anything like that. I think that's a misconception. We can only cite for what we see, what is valid. So even if there is an issue civilly between landlord and tenants, as you can see from some of these citations, the roof, having to repair that to dwelling, that's a safety violation. That's something that was observed by the code officer. It's not just based on because the tenant is disgruntled. We actually have to find real evidence before we cite it. And I think that's a misconception throughout, that if code enforcement gets involved, that stops something.
You're correct. It's just that it happens when you do an eviction, right? And the first thing the tenants would do, they go to the court and do an answer, right? And they're gonna say, well, the roof is falling off. We got roaches. I've literally had tenant taking pictures from a friend or somebody else's house. And when they bring that to court, I'm like, that is not my house. Those pictures are not from my house. You say they have roaches and stuff. And truth be told, a lot of time the judge will be like, well, roaches are not, you still gotta pay your rent. You see? And like I said, I've lost way more in this deal because they left and they didn't pay me for at least 3 months. So that's losing that income, right? I had to leave the property empty, both units, for at least 3 months. And you've seen how they were. It was literally 2 people doing that. It was number 1 and number 4 upstairs. The other 2, they're just perfectly fine. So they're the only 2 that I kept. And I literally just got number 1 rented. Number 4 is still empty because I just want to make sure it's good. So we got a brand new roof. We have a nice dry parking in the back. With 4 new parking spaces. Both of those, the roof and the parking, got permits for those. Do it the right way. And I got my guy at number 2, being my property manager. He likes that title. So I pay him weekly to make sure that he watered the lawn, take care of the place for me. And also we had an issue with the trash that was everywhere. So what we did was built a little something outside the little white enclosure, so we put that there. So I made the effort, and it's just that on paper, what I can show is 40 grand. But when it comes to me losing money for the rent for those 3 months that they were there not paying me, doing the eviction and paying for that, and them being out now for another 3 months, so that's basically 6 months of rent. I have not made a dollar from those 2 units in 2023. But still I have to pay a mortgage, which is out of my pocket, which is fine because they're gone now and the property looks great. So I'm okay with that. It's just that, to be honest with you, $6,000, I don't have that. I can pull up my account and show you what it cost me, and I could show you all the receipts. All the receipts are right here in my folder. You could take a look at them, and I spent over 40 grand, so I can afford the 6 grand, to be honest with you.
What, 2 of the units are rented right now?
Just number one, number two. Number one just moved in about a week ago. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Number 4 is still empty because I wanted to make sure we're done, with the process.
What's the reason you're seeking mitigation? Are you trying to sell the property?
No,
finance, or are you trying to do anything with it?
No, I'm not trying to sell anything right now.
Okay.
It's just that it had to be done, so, we just kind of figured that, just get it done properly and get it the right way. And what, on the record, if I can say that, and I've said that to code enforcement many times, I understand that it's the duty of the property owner for certain things. But I just think somewhere, somehow, when it comes to trash, for example, right? As an adult, trash comes around twice a week, okay? And when tenants choose to put trash in the wrong spot, I just don't understand why is it 100% the fault of the owner who sometimes lives out of town or out of state. And I understand we have responsibilities as owners, and I've heard other owners say that the tenant know that, basically, quote unquote, I'm not going to be charged for that, so why should I care? And that's the attitude. Mm-hmm. And I think that, and I've said that to Riviera Beach as well because I have property there, right? It's just that there's got to be a way that a tenant, it cannot just be, well, evict them if they're not doing the right thing. Well, you open the trash, right? You see a letter from unit number 1. Well, why do you want to charge me $300?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the way the law is set up right now. It's difficult, but at the same time, you've made a decision to be a landlord.
When the tenant chooses not to pay you rent, right? So it's like, well, I'm gonna screw you. Basically, that's what they're doing. So
it's a difficult thing.
With unit number 1, as you can see, they had Delcos, they had generators, they had boxes. I mean, they were running a car wash business in the back. And when I tried to remove them, you know what they did? They called the police. I don't see those pictures there, but it was from a year ago when they had the big trailer back there. Well, they called the police because you know what I was doing? It was stealing property. So you know what I did? I said, you know what? I don't want no problem. So I could not remove that from my property. And I said to the officer, I own the building. They're renting that unit number 1. So why can't I remove that from my property? I was told, if you touch that and they call us again, you're going to be charged for theft.
Yeah.
So I couldn't even remove it on my own.
Yeah. Okay.
So, I mean, unfortunately.
Okay, I just want to note, though, again, code enforcement is not going around citing people for garbage cans. That is not what we do. There has to be, look at this list. It's an extensive list. And I understand that you're saying that you cannot be there 24/7 or anything like that, but that is why you have a property manager to ensure these things. Again, we're not going to cite you just because your garbage can is out one time. We're not going to cite you because we see one piece of trash. It has to be numerous things done. And even with the situation where you have to tow, most tow companies will let you know, tidbit for everybody, they have to post the property first. So your tenants know that if they continue with this, there is a possibility of their property getting towed. Just like anyone in here, if they're renting, that property, in a sense, they have a right to it. So you have to follow proper procedure before you get it done. That is not because of code enforcement. That is not because we're trying to penalize property owners. Sadly, that is part of the game. Sometimes you make money, sometimes you lose money.
Oh, I know.
But we don't go around chastising people over basic, minimal things. And some of these violations on here, they're not basic, minimal things that could just be moved out of sight, out of mind. We're talking about roof. We're talking about safe egress. We're talking about handrails. These are things that if they are not done properly, especially you have a 2-story building, people have children. If they fall out, then what happens? We have to make sure these things are structurally sound. That is why that was cited for. All these other things just happen to be relevant, so we have to address it. But let's not dismiss the bigger issue to make it seem as though we're targeting people.
And I took I took responsibility for that, for the roof especially, with the water coming down. That's how we got the new roof done with the permit as well. So, I mean, you are correct, and I'm not disputing what she's saying, and those were valid. And, like when it comes to pest control, that is just something you can't take care of. But now we have better tenants now. I kept number 2. No, I kept number 1. Wait, I kept number 2 and number 3. So they were my good tenants, basically. So number 1, so far, she's been great. Number 4 is still empty because what I'm doing is a different process where I'm taking more time. I'm accepting certain quote-unquote vouchers. And so I've learned from the process.
You're learning through code enforcement. You're learning that sometimes these things
So,
backfire.
like I said, the charges are not incorrect. It's just a matter of the money, because what I did was, for example, I'm looking at 2 receipts right here from BrainSmart that's over $4,000. You see, that's just for appliance, because we had an appliance issue. So I said, okay, no problem. I'm not going to go to get no cheap appliances. I'm going to get brand new appliances, have them delivered by BrainSmart, have them installed. So that's what I did. When it comes to the roof, I was going to try to do the roof on a Friday and have it finished on a Sunday night. So I went and got a permit, got it done properly. Instead of getting a cheap contractor, I got a roof that cost me $15,000. And when it comes to the parking, they were advising me, well, put the building in your name. You could do it yourself. It's not on the roof. I said, no, I'm not doing that. Let me get a permit. Let me do it the right way. And that cost me almost $5,000. So I did things the right way. So I assumed that by spending the money, instead of taking the money, not to say waste it, but I spent the money in the building to make it real nice. And if you see the pictures right now, I wish you could see the other pictures from before. It's like it's a different property.
No,
I wish you could see when it was yellow.
I can understand that.
It was so. I'm not disputing the charges. That's fine. I understand what the violations were. They're not incorrect by no means. It's just that I can't afford even $1,000 right now. I could show my bank account real time. I can show it to you right this moment. Show that I can afford it because I had to spend over $40,000 to get it properly done. And that's just underestimate everything really by going through some of the receipt from Home Depot, from BrainSmart, from Lowe's and whatnot, and paying people to do the work and help me out. So, this is just not the charges. It's more like the fees to pay. I can't afford $6,000.
Well, I'm willing to give you a reduction of greater than that, but it can't be $1,000. Because as she says,
half of what I have available today, I would just pay it today. I wish what I have half available today. I could, that's all.
No, I can give you some time to pay, but to her point, if this was 1 or 2 things, that's different. I have to take into consideration the severity of the violations, the number of violations, and I do appreciate the amount of money that you spent to get this property to a much better place than it historically was. So I don't lose sight of that.
Yes, ma'am.
But again, these are rental properties, so this is a business for you. Again, as I explained to the previous respondent, there's a balance between making sure that the city's code enforcement process remains practical and enforceable, right? Otherwise, if everybody comes in and just says, well, all I have is $50, that's all I can pay, that undermines their process, right? It doesn't change the fact that there were violations on this property that went on for almost 6 months. And as she said, there were a lot of violations. So while I appreciate your points, I can't completely eliminate the fines. So I'm going to reduce them. And again, if you're not trying to sell it or to refinance it, the liens can remain there. But if your choice is to seek reduction today, I will reduce them. I'm going to reduce it to $4,000 from $24,300, but I'm going to make it payable within 120 days. So I'm going to give you an extended period of time to pay that. If you don't pay it by that time, it goes back to the original amount.
Are you able to do half of that if possible? I could pay that today if I can.
Oh, I'm sorry?
Are you able to do half of that, please?
I can't. That's the lowest. That's the lowest I can go based on the number of violations and the gravity of the violations. So I hope 120 days. If you can pay half of that now, 120 days should give you plenty of time to get the rest of it and pay it off and be done with it. So that's what the order will reflect in case CE 22010173. And I wish you the best of luck. Again, your property looks wonderful from these photos.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
120.
Agenda item number 8, case number is CE 2001-0051. Case address is 1401 Village Boulevard, Unit 226.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement with the City of West Palm Beach. Case CE 15070656 was cited on January 6, 2020. Property was cited for failure to obtain rental license and certificate of use. Property was given in 30 days, $100 a day to achieve compliance. Property was out of compliance for 1,053 days, resulting in a lien amount of $210,600. The applicant is the cause of the violation. The city is seeking 25%.
What's that number?
52,650.
Your name, ma'am?
Hello, my name is Lorena Brachetti.
Thank you.
I'm a property manager.
You're the property manager?
Yes, and a realtor of the owner. And we never received any letter, any information of the rental license, so we didn't know. Immediately when we realized about this, we pay all because we have a few units here in West Palm Beach, and we pay all of them when we realized that it was like a couple of months ago. And I have like several units, and I'm trying to comply with all of them, and I'm responsible for that, so.
You have multiple units that you rent within the city, but this was
Yes.
the only case you had, so you just
No, we have all of them with the same problem.
You had all of
Most
them.
of them, yes. So I came before, and we have to pay from our own pocket because the owners, are not happy with this situation, and we didn't pay because we didn't know. So I don't know.
So why should the fine be reduced? I mean, 1,053 days, that's what, 3 years, almost 4 years
It's
of noncompliance?
so much money. Yes, it's so much money for us, and it's like
2020 to 2023.
What was it, 2020 to 23?
It was originally signed on, January 6, 2020, and they came into compliance February 7, 2023.
yes, as soon as we realize we pay all of them, and actually I had to submit 2 more today, and
They're the property management, but they're different owners. I think.
Yeah, exactly,
It's all
yes.
different owners, but by
Did you
one.
manage a bunch of
but it-
different
yes.
properties for different owners? Okay.
yes, so
And
I
I
beg
guess-
you
I guess-
mercy because it's coming from our pocket, and it's like so much money.
So this is part of your responsibility as a property management company? And
Yes,
so
because
whatever fine amount you're responsible for, not the owner, by your agreement, is that right?
the owners are not happy. We manage their properties. We never receive a letter because, I don't know, it's like, well, your people in the city, they work very nice. They help me out, Monique and Cassandra. But, at the end of the day, we will have to pay. And if you can have mercy, because it's a lot of money. Actually, the lien is more than the value of the property.
Do you have an amount that you think the fine should be reduced to?
Excuse me, I didn't understand.
Do you have an amount that you think the fine should be reduced to?
If I have an amount in mind,
Yes.
my
And
boss,
$210,000, that's a pretty high lien. The city is requesting 25% of that, which is 52,000. That's still a pretty high number.
is super high. Yes, 25% is super high. And as I told you, the real lien is more than the cost of the home. And it's a little apartment or yes.
But was the property rented the entire 3 years?
Say it again.
Was the property rented the entire 3 years that you did not have the certificate of use?
This one, I believe, yes, but I jumped in this team like 2 years ago, so I don't know before.
I see that's the difficulty on these rental and certificate of use cases, because there's revenue being generated. So you're not complying with the city's code, but you're making money off of the rental. So then you come before me and you're asking me to eliminate the fines.
No eliminate, but just mercy and try to, I don't know, to give me time and reduce the 25%. That is a lot of money. Please.
All right, what I'll do, I'll reduce it to 10%, so that'll be $21,000, and I'll give you 121 days, 120 days to pay that. Okay?
Can we have a year, please? 12 months.
I don't think there's ever been that long a period. What's the city's response? 180 days, would that be acceptable?
I had the other one of the other ones. Sorry that I interrupt.
The city has done a year in circumstances before, so it's...
Is there any objection to that in this case?
No, not for me.
Okay. So $21,000 payable within 365 days.
Thank you so much for your help. Thank
And
you.
that's in case CE 200100051. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Okay, agenda items number 9, 10, and 11. It's the same address, 524 18th Street. Case numbers are CE 08090566, CE 07030897, and CE 09070865. Again, same address, 524 18th Street.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, case, case CE 08090566 was cited on September 16, 2008. This property was cited for trash and debris on the property, overgrown grass, as a repeat violation. The property was, because it was a repeat, the property was charged $75 a day from September 15, 2008 till October 23, 2008. The property was out of compliance for 38 days, resulting in a lien amount of $2,850. Case CE 07030897 was cited on March 27, 2007. The property was cited for exterior paint, boarding certificate as a public nuisance, for the numbering standards, fence and wall maintenance, landscape maintenance. The property was given an additional 30 days or $250 a day for compliance. Property failed compliance. The property was out of compliance for 388 days, resulting in a lien amount of $77,000. Case CE 0907865 was cited on July 22nd, 2009. Property was cited for trash and debris, overgrown grass, as a repeat violation. The property was out of compliance for 35 days, resulting in a lien amount of $3,500. Special Magistrate, the city is seeking 25%. Same owner.
Can you rattle me off those numbers if you have them?
Oh, yes. For case ending in 566, at 25%, our city would be requesting $713. Case ending in 897 at 25%, city will be seeking $19,250. And case ending in 865 at 25%, city's seeking $875.
All right, your name, sir?
Excuse me. My name is Ontario Johnson. I am the representative for the owner. I am also...
For Mr. Davis, is that right? Is Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Davis still the owner? Yeah, okay.
I'm
Go ahead.
also with Neighborhood Renaissance. We're a local nonprofit real estate developer. We have this property under contract to purchase at the time, to actually build new affordable housing. This is with in collaboration with the city of West Palm Beach for this project. We've been in contract with this gentleman for over 2 years, trying to help him work through this. there was actually utility liens that had to be satisfied before we could get to this point, get in front of the magistrate. So we worked with him to get those paid and to be able to get in front of the magistrate.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Do you know the value of those utility liens? Are we talking a couple hundred
almost
bucks,
like
a couple thousand bucks?
They were like
It was a
five-
little over $5,000.
Okay,
Yeah,
just
think it was
ballpark. Yeah, thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
I think that's about right. So like I said, we've been working with him and also in collaboration with the city of West Palm. We have the support of Jennifer Ferriel, the director of housing, to what we're requesting is to have these fines waived so that we can actually build affordable housing on this property as soon as possible.
Does the city have a response?
We're still seeking 25%.
I don't have any information as to, Jennifer Ferriel is the director of our Housing and Community Development Department, but I don't have any information as to that effect. If, sir, if you have anything more that you can detail in regards to that, that would be fantastic.
The only, just the emails, like Cassandra's been a part of those emails of Jennifer and support in trying to work with us as far as trying to get this taken care of.
But is support of the project or support of complete waiver of the liens?
For both.
We don't know
Well,
anything
no, I don't, that part about the waiver of the liens, I wouldn't, no, that hasn't been a part of the conversation with her. Like I said, I'm going under oath with saying that Jennifer Ferriel supports that.
I can say that there are certainly some properties in the past that Neighborhood Renaissance and the city have worked together with, but personally, in the legal department, I don't necessarily see anything happening right now with this one
I'll tell you.
actively.
I'm sorry, okay. So we do actually have two properties that are in permitting right now that are in collaboration with the city of West Palm Beach.
But not this one. 2 other properties, you mean?
Yeah, 2 other
Okay, very
properties,
good, sir.
1030 21st Street and 1124 22nd Street. There's also the Coleman Park Renaissance Project. It's a 43 mixed unit project that's happening on Tamarind in the Coleman Park area that's happening. That's in collaboration with the city of West Palm Beach as well. And we had on 1030 21st Street, we worked with the owner who purchased that property through, I think it was a tax lien situation. And just for record, he had over $400,000 worth of liens on that property, and the magistrate reduced down to, I think, a total of, it was either $2,000 or $4,000.
Does the city have anything additional?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly amenable to reducing them. I think is this a big site or is this just a one single family lot?
One single family.
Okay.
One single family.
So you're going to redevelop it with one single family house?
I'm sorry, say it again?
What are you going to redevelop it with? One.
Well, yeah, one single family house. It'll be probably a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home.
Okay.
And this will be immediate. We'll start permitting and everything on this immediate.
I mean, the 2 smaller fine amounts are pretty easy. Even at the city's amount, that's a nominal amount of money. It'd be $1,500 total. The more difficult one is a $77,000 lien. And only the one case was repeat. Did the gentleman live there, or did he abandon it?
2 cases were repeats.
2 were repeat?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he owned it. He's owned it for a while. There was a rental property there years ago, or whatever, that actually ended up getting demoed, and it's been a vacant lot for some years now.
The 2 smaller amounts are the repeats.
Oh, I see. It's carryover. I always lose sight of that on your agendas. I see. I'm sorry. I
And
didn't
I
see
think another thing that he did bring to my attention just in the time that I've worked with him, that I guess the address, because this address comes up kind of weird, because we're talking about 524, but the address is actually 526. And it becomes a little confusing in that, and some of us just trying to figure this whole thing out. He, in the past, what he realized on Papa, where the address, where the information he's supposed to receive, whatever filings or whatever from the city, was actually his brother's address for whatever reason. And that was something I had to work with him to get straightened out. So, because a lot of it he just wasn't aware of. He was confused in what was happening.
And you said you're under contract right now for the property?
Yes, ma'am.
When is the property expected to close?
As soon as we have the final numbers or whatever happens from this, and it's recorded, we're closing immediately.
All right, anything further from you, sir?
No, ma'am.
Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in the first case, CE 08090566, I'm going to reduce the lien amount from $2,850 to $713, noting that that was a repeat violation, payable within 90 days. In the second case, CE 07030897, given the other water and sewer liens or water liens or utility liens, I guess I'll say to be clear, that were resolved, and given the intended redevelopment, I'm going to reduce the lien amount from $77,000 to $2,000 payable within 90 days. And then in the third case, CE 09070865, I'm going to reduce, again, finding that this was a repeat, I'm going to reduce it from $3,500 to $875 payable within 90 days. So I hope that gives you the reduction that makes it work on your end, but I wish you the best of luck in redevelopment.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Special
sir.
Magistrate, the last one was 875?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, here you go, sir. Have a nice day. Thank you. Okay, moving to agenda item number 12. Case number is CE 18120124. Case address is 701 Forest Hill Boulevard.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement with the City of West Palm Beach. Case CE 181-20124 was cited on December 10th, 2018. The property was cited for numerous violations. That includes repairing of the roof, walls, and foundation, external doors and windows, paint, litter, trash, debris, landscape maintenance, junk, abandoned vehicles as a hurricane hazard, obstruction of the right-of-way, numbering standards, soil and parkway, and parking requirement violation. The property was given an additional 90 days or $100 a day to achieve compliance. The property was out of compliance for 1,154 days, resulting in a lien amount of $115,400. Special Magistrate applicant is the same owner. City is seeking 25%, $28,850.
You speak faster than I do, I think. 28,850?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Your name, sir?
Chuck Hooker, designated agent.
All right, so you've heard the city's position. What's your response?
We're seeking leniency and a reduction based on these items. Now the property is in full compliance. And our initial oversight to let the city know that we complied. Lack of awareness that the property was out of compliance. Severe health issues with parents who received the certified letter saying that there was a lien. They've both passed, I think, a year or 2 years after they received the certified letter. The initial investment was $10,000 to comply. And then in the spring of 22, I spent $35,000 to redo the whole exterior, not knowing I was out of compliance, and didn't find out until my mom's house was sold that we were out of compliance. So that would be a proactive, I guess, but Yeah, we did not contact West Palm Beach and tell them that we complied, because there was numerous family members at the time that were working on it, and me from out of state. So that's
What is
the
this?
broad brush. I can get details if you would like.
No, I appreciate that. So what is this? Is this a single-family house?
Single-family house.
Is it a rental? Was it a
is
rental? Okay. Does the city have any response to what they've heard?
No,
How many days was it out of compliance?
it was 1,154 days,
What was the fine amount? Was it
$115,400.
no, I mean the per day.
$100 per day.
$100
Yeah.
a day. Okay. Are you trying to sell the property now?
No.
No, you're just trying to remedy the lien?
Yes.
I guess explain to me a little bit more about you spent $10,000 to get into compliance, and then you're saying that you didn't call the city and let them know, but what was the additional $35,000 renovation?
That was spring of 2022. So that's recent.
So after you thought you'd already complied?
Yeah,
with
we think we're fine. I went and redid the whole exterior, and then in July of 2022, when we were going to sell my parents' property, there's where it showed up. And it was Joe Oliva at the time, and he's like, "Hey, you better make a phone call." And then it started from there.
So the city is requesting 25% of the lien, which would be $28,850. Do you have a response to that number?
I was looking between $3,000 and $5,000.
The difficulty on this one, again, is, the things that I can consider in reducing a fine amount is the gravity of the violations. The more violations there are, doesn't help in that regard.
Well, I think that what was left to comply when we went to the court hearing in February of 2019 was we had complied with all the major stuff. We had French doors facing Forest Hill Boulevard. That was the biggest piece. The rest of it was the landscaping. It was smaller items, which we complied, but we didn't notify. Not one single family member can tell me that they notified the city that, that we did the grass seed and we, did the shrubs and the hedges and the.
Do you have anything to prove when you think you comply, like when you thought you were in compliance but failed to tell the city? What timeline?
I'm going to say that was but before May 21st.
Do you have any photos or anything that proves that with you today?
I only have photos of what it is now.
Yeah, these are difficult because there's a lot going on here and it went on for a long time. So I certainly don't have any objection to reducing the lien amount, but these ones where the lien amounts get to be so high, it becomes difficult. And none of these were repeat violations, right? They were all standard.
Yeah, no repeat.
All right, I think to be consistent, I'm going to grant you a significant reduction. I don't have any issue with that. I'm going to reduce it a little bit below 10%. I'm going to reduce it to $10,000 payable within 90 days. With it being a rental, there's revenue coming in or was coming in. That's a significant reduction, so hopefully that gets you where you need to go in terms of getting the lien resolved. And I appreciate the efforts that you took to get it into compliance, so I hope that helps you out.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
13.
Okay, agenda item number 13. Case number is CE 2003-0409. Case address is 2018 Beautiful Avenue.
You want to do all three?
She's also here for number 14 and 15. They are different addresses. Do you want them called together or separately?
No, if they're separate addresses, I'd prefer them be separated,
Okay.
if that's okay.
Okay. So just number 13?
Yes, ma'am.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. Case CE 2003-0409 was cited on March 26, 2020. Property was cited for clean and sanitary, inoperative vehicles, garbage can placement, Swelling Parkway, landscaping of the Swelling Parkway, parking requirements, paved and marked parking. The property was given an additional 10 days to comply with Code Sections 18106A, 34102B, 7894C, and 94442E, an additional 60 days for the remaining violations. The property was out of compliance for 198 days for the clean and sanitary violations, inoperative vehicle, landscaping of the Swelling Parkway, and was out of compliance for 149 days for the remaining violations. In total, the lien amount is $39,700. Applicant is the cause of the violation. The city is seeking 25%, $9,925.
All right, your name, ma'am?
Nicole Evasius.
Thank you. So you've heard the city's position. Go ahead and give me why you think the fine should be reduced and kind of your side of the story.
Okay. I represent, I'm a property manager, but I also am a manager of Telmount LLC, which owns this.
Mm-hmm.
But my management role is just to manage for the out-of-country owner that's in Canada and Ukraine. I'm sorry, I didn't realize we were going to do each of these separately, and I kind of grouped all of my information together with regards to the history on it, but I will try to split it apart as best as possible. With regards to this violation, a lot of it comes down to, I didn't know that we had the violation in place when it was initially issued. My timeline on the whole thing, this was, for this particular property, it was 12 of 2020. That was in the middle of COVID when this happened. During COVID, when I look at this, like the notes on it, as far as going back to it, I work with an assistant. Her name is Kimberly James. She was here with me. Unfortunately, she got called away to another meeting. We didn't realize it would take quite as long to get through this today, which we're happy to get through it today, don't get me wrong. Long story short is during COVID on July 4th of that year, my 48-year-old brother got COVID, and he was very ill from it. He was on life support, and I was taking care of him for 16-hour days until he passed in March of 2021. So I was not in town to receive the notice that was sent. I also lost one of my businesses during that time, where they may have been sending notices to. I noticed that they also sent it to Jeffrey Zane, which is listed as the registered registered agent, and he is a retired attorney that was not working during that time. And I didn't realize it hadn't been updated, the registered agent, to a legitimate address for that. What wound up happening, the history of all three properties, is the owner during COVID, they wouldn't allow us to evict any tenants because of COVID, and he didn't have the money to pay his taxes or basically to care for the properties, and he tried to sell one of the properties once COVID resolved. And during the lien search, while we were trying to sell one of the properties in order to get the money to pay the back taxes that were owed, etc., the lien search brought up the fact that there was a code violation on the first property, which was 424 55th Street, which is coming up in the process. We got that property into compliance immediately. When we heard about it, it was less than 30 days, I believe, for us to bring that property into compliance from the time we found out about it. We submitted the lien reduction for that to try to clear the title so that we could sell this property for the owner so he could pay his taxes. And during the lien reduction process, they researched to see if there's other properties that pop up, and that's when this popped up at 2018 Beautiful as being an existing code violation. And Monique and Cassandra, really, they have been it's been a very, very frustrating process, and they were wonderful to work with throughout this process and trying to guide us and help us and what have you to get the properties there. When we found out about Beautiful, it was 4/2 of 2/21. We were told by Monique that this was another property that needed to be resolved. Part of what was wrong with Beautiful is they wanted the driveway repaved at that time, like a seal coat put on it. And unfortunately, that's a process that takes permitting. So we wound up immediately submitting for permitting, hired a contract, and it took 2 months plus in order to get the permit on that, which time we called and had it re-inspected. That property has 7 tenants in it that pay an average rent of $700 a month on the unit, so it's workforce housing to the best degree. We were found out of compliance and failed that time because one of the tenants had parked on the swale on the side, covering the sidewalk. So then we had to get and that was on 6/14 of 2021. We needed to get a inspection to make sure everything was in compliance when he pulled the car off, and that was done on 7/16/2021 was the actual reinspection, and we're told that we were in compliance, at which time we submitted for the lien reduction for Beautiful, at which time they then notified us that there was another property that they found while they were looking for that one, which was 525 45th Street, and that one 8 days later we brought into compliance and submitted for the lien reduction on that for 8/30/2021. All of these properties were tenant-occupied properties, paying an average rent of about $1,000 a month. Some of the properties we had very aggressive tenants in that we actually were bodily threatened by one of the tenants and what have you, as we've been trying to do different things on the properties. That being said, working through the lien reduction process has taken us quite some time with Cassandra, which I do have a timeline and what happened on each step of the process. There's been misunderstandings, there's been re-inspections after we were in compliance to get to the point where I'm standing in front of you today, because all of the properties the owner owns has to be in complete compliance, not just complied with the things that were the liens, but anything new that comes up during the process, which we had different new things happen during the process on these properties that we've been keeping up on top of and what have you. Most of which, in all fairness, has been a lot of dead grass throughout the process that keeps resetting us. Trash cans being left out by tenants, things like that. And, we do drive the properties, and we've gotten to the point where driving the properties every single day and putting the trash cans away and trying to do what we can. We've resodded the properties 3 times. The tenants keep shutting the water off because they they pay the water bills and they don't have the money to pay the water to water the grass. So we keep dealing with dead grass as a result. And I realize that's our issue, and we're, trying to stay on top of it as best as possible. It's been a really tough road to get to this point for personal reasons as well as professional reasons. And, we didn't ignore, we just didn't know. The first violation, which will be up for discussion in a minute, is on a different property, which is the 424 55th Street. And on that particular one, Kim, which is my assistant that had left, was taking the lead on that, and she did get that notice back in 2019. she was working on it, she was bringing it into compliance. It got 90% into compliance. There was 2 items that had to do with tenant parking and what have you that we assumed had been complied. And then only to find out that it hadn't been complied, but then it had been complied, so they backdated the compliance date and what have you. So, you know, we've gone through this. It's been a bit of an odyssey, but we're getting through it. And I guess, you know, my point is that when you tell us we did something wrong, as soon as we knew about it, we jumped on it and we brought it into compliance. It wasn't out of disrespect for your system or your court or any of you that work for the city, because I know you all work very hard. It was just out of lack of actually receiving the notices and knowing. And you know, I've got $40,000 worth of receipts on what we've spent to get to this point with you guys today. And it's a lot of money on properties that frankly, for a year and a half, the owner didn't receive any money in rent. And that's tough for him, and he couldn't sell the property, he couldn't do anything. I mean, I've personally lent him some money in order to carry it through to get us to this point. He doesn't want to evict tenants. He knows these are hardworking people, and we're just trying to make ends meet. So we're asking for leniency and consideration on this, because it was not disrespect in any way, shape, or form meant.
No, I appreciate that. And the $40,000 you reference is that you've spent, is that across all 3 properties?
Yes, that is. And I'm happy to provide.
No, I believe you. I take your testimony as sworn testimony, so I believe you. So what the city's asking for, in this first case anyways, is 25%, which would be roughly $9,009. Well, not roughly, it'd be exactly $9,925. Based on the combination, I guess the way the original order was split, the fine amounts were split up.
Do you want me to tell you what they were split into, or?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
That's okay. I'm getting better at this math in my head thing. I mean, given you have 3 properties, what do you have an amount in mind, a total amount for the 3 that you can pay? Are you guys trying to sell these properties now?
We are not at this point. At this point, we're just trying to, keep them in compliance and stay on top of them and keep the tenants in a home. That is what we're looking to do. We've given up on that. We had it under contract twice and couldn't get through the lien reduction process to get there. So, we had offered on the 3 properties $5,000. We understand you guys need to be paid for your time. And again, this was not something that was just us disregarding your requests. As soon as we knew about it, we jumped on it, and then we've continued many times to work through this process.
What are these each valued? I have the one.
Oh, yeah, I could bring them. Give me a
What are they
second.
valued at? About $200,000 each. That's the appraisal from 22. Is that right?
47. I'm pulling it up. And 56.
Thank you. So you guys have owned all 3 of them for quite some time.
Yes. And we've never had an issue until these popped up, and it just, we do try to keep the properties looking right and looking good. And I mean, you can even, most of the nature of these fines were, I mean, on each one of them, it was garbage can, some tenants had, the grass was not cut there, it was.
Magistrate, do you want me to run through the other 2 quick, just because
You
you talked
can.
about
Yep,
it?
you can. That's fine.
Okay, so
I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Agenda item number 14, case number is CE 19100-503. Case address is 525 47th Street. And agenda item number 15, case number is CE 1907-0403. Case address is 424 55th Street.
Okay. For case CE 191-00503, the property was cited back in October 31st, 2019. Property was cited for clean and sanitary, junk abandoned vehicles, garbage can placement, parking requirements, and outdoor storage. The property was given 30 days or $100 a day to achieve compliance. The property was out of compliance for 601 days, resulting in a lien amount of $60,100. City is also seeking 25%. For case CE 190-70403, property was cited on July 22nd, 2019, oh my goodness, for repairing roof walls and foundation, excessive growth, paint, garbage can placement, fence and wall maintenance, and landscaping must be grass. The property was given an additional 30 days or $100 a day to achieve compliance. The property was out of compliance for 374 days, resulting in a lien amount of $37,400. City is also seeking 25%.
All right, so between the three of them, you have roughly $130,000 total. I again don't have any objection to reducing them. I do appreciate the fact that the violations are not necessarily severe. There are a bunch of them, and
Yeah, and it, once again, I mean, it really was not out of disrespect, it was out of lack of knowledge of it. We immediately, I mean, as quickly as we were notified, we immediately jumped on them and brought them into compliance. We didn't know about them. So unfortunately, the clock was ticking at $100 a day or $200 a day or what have you.
I think there were 100 in each case, weren't they?
100, yes, 100 each.
And that adds up.
It does add up, but the other side of that coin is that's not the maximum fine amount they could have sought.
Right.
So it wasn't necessarily the most aggressive fine, and they do that based on the types of violations. So again, just like in the previous cases, I certainly don't have any objection to reducing them. I'm going to reduce them. It's just finding the number that works for you and preserves their process and preserves, the need for code enforcement. And I understand, and the trouble with a bunch of these, I don't know how, it seems like that's some kind of karma I have, but a lot of these get lumped together in one hearing. But these tenant cases are particularly difficult because it's not your doing, but it is your doing because it's your tenants. So
100%. I mean,
these become tricky, and I know you can't control people, and absent going by every day, which is certainly a valiant effort to make sure that people are doing what they should be doing. That I understand is difficult. Even if you go by every day, you could go by at 8:30 in the morning, and by 10 o'clock it could be completely different.
Right.
So.
They've done something that they're.
Yeah, I understand. There's a difficulty there.
The owner does not. I mean, we've discussed. Listen, if they're not complying, we give them notices of noncompliance and what have you, different things. And he really wants to keep the people in the homes rather than displacing them or evicting them because they, didn't mow their grass last week. I mean, I can respect that from him as well. This is on us. You guys, I can take ownership in the sense that. Between Jeff Zane not notifying us, you sent notices to him, we didn't get it's unfortunate that I didn't get the notification because we wouldn't be here today because it would have immediately been resolved. We're not ones to just let matters sit. It gets immediately resolved.
No, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate your sticking through the whole process. And I do appreciate the fact that your entity purchased the properties in 15 and 16, and it wasn't for several years that you had a problem, and it sounds like it took you quite the process to get even to this point. So, and I appreciate that they're not repeat violations. So I think my hope is once these are resolved today, that you are not a frequent flyer in code enforcement.
You will not see me again. As much as I love Cassandra and Monique, I'm sure they're not going to be unhappy not hearing from us.
All right, anybody have anything else in either of the three, or are you ready for a ruling?
We're
Anything
ready.
further from you, ma'am?
I have I could take you through every minute, but I don't want to bore
You brought
you.
it
It
back
is
up. I
what it
appreciate
is.
that. No, I appreciate that. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 200304009, I'm going to reduce the lien amount from $9,900 to $990, payable within 90 days. That's 10%. On the first part of that, on the second part of that, there was a second, I guess these were bifurcated order, but I'm going to reduce the other balance, which was $29,800 to $2,500, payable within the same 90 days. So that would be a total of, what's that, $3,490, payable within 90 days. In case CE 191000503. This one's a little trickier because even at 10%, that's still $6,000. I'm going to reduce this one to $4,000, payable within 90 days. And then in the final case, CE 190700403, I'm going to reduce the lien amount from $37,400 to $2,000, payable within 90 days. And I know that's not quite what you want, it's not quite what the city wants, but I hope that gets you to a number that you can make work with the revenues that you have coming in.
Your decision. How do we pay? What do we do? Okay.
It should be on the order, exactly.
Thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate your time.
Have a good one.
Okay, agenda item number 16 and 17 are the same address. Case address is 721 57th Street. Case numbers are CE 2102-0095 and CE 2203-0179. This owner is also here for 18 through 22, which is a different address. Keep them separate?
Yeah, let's do the two, and then we'll handle all the rest if we could.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. Case CE 210-20095 was cited on February 4, 2021. Property was cited for outdoor storage, garbage can placement, and business tax receipt. The property was given 15 days or $50 a day to achieve compliance. Property was out of compliance for 151 days, resulting in a lien amount of $7,550. Special Magistrate, we're seeking 25%. For case CE, I'm so sorry? Oh, the number, 1,888.
Thank you.
Case CE 220-30179 was cited on March 4, 2022. Property was cited for excessive growth, maintaining landscaping as a repeat violation, stemming from case CE 21090218. The property was out of compliance for 53 days, resulting in a lien amount of $2,650. City is seeking 25%, $663.
All right, your name, sir?
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Pornprino on behalf of the owners.
Are you their agent or property manager or what?
I am their agent, legal representative, madam.
You're the legal counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good, sir. Thank you.
Unfortunately, back in 2015, November 2015, one of the partners tragically died in a car accident, and therefore we left two owners that were out of the city, or actually out of the state, and they left the property with a management person who also got sick. But every time that they found there was a violation, we tried to fix it as soon as we can, especially that garbage can violation. And I spoke to the property manager several times. He goes there, he puts the garbage in, and tells the tenant, and the tenant fails to comply. Eventually, we asked the tenant to leave. We did not renew the lease. We put the property, both of the properties are for sale right now. Obviously, then we couldn't sell because of this lien. And now we're going to have an issue with this property at 721 because there's been not one, but two squatters in the property, and we're trying to eject them legally.
So keep this part of the conversation limited to 721
Yes, ma'am.
57th Street, and then we'll deal with 704 a little bit later. I think this one's easier because the fine amounts are not quite as high as the other one, and there aren't so many violations, but, and one of these was irreparable and irreversible. That was for,
The second one, the case ending in 250 is a repeat for the previous case.
What was the exact violation?
For the repeat,
Yes.
give me a second.
Is it the garbage can?
I'll let you know, right, give me a second.
looks like, was it landscape maintenance?
For landscape maintenance, 18106M from case, that was cited back in September 2021.
So in the let's keep them, these should be pretty easy to address. So the first case, the 01 ending in 0179, the fine amount's only $26.50. So the city would be amenable to reducing that to $663. That's 25% of the amount. That seems like a reasonable reduction to me. You say the properties are for sale right now, or you're trying to sell at least one of them?
Yes, ma'am. As soon as we resolve this issue and we resolve the squatter in 721, they're gone. I'm going to try to persuade the buyer to buy 704 first.
Okay.
Once we clean this action up, because, like I said, my clients are out of the state. It's very, very difficult to deal with these properties.
Okay. The second, wait a minute, I'm going the wrong. Oh, I'm sorry, I did the second one first, not the first one second. Sorry about that. The first one is actually 16, the one that ends in 0095. That fine amount's a little bit higher, $7,550. And that's the garbage can you were referencing, and the business tax and outdoor storage.
Mm-hmm.
What I'll do on these, based on the gravity of these and the fine amounts, I'll attempt to be consistent and reduce these to roughly 10%. So in case CE 21020095, I'll reduce it from $7,550 to $755 payable within 90 days.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you pay sooner than that? Can you pay within 30 days? Or do you need the 90 days to close? I'll leave it at 90 days. I've done all the rest of them at 90 days. That's
We could
fine.
compromise at 60. How about that?
All right, 60 days.
I'll-
If you're willing to do it and you think you can do it, I'll.
Yeah, I'll go get my clients to pay first before the closing.
Okay, so I'll reduce that one to $755 payable within 60 days. In CE 22030179, I'll reduce that one from $26.50 to $265 payable within 60 days.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now these next ones are going to get a little trickier, but we'll see how we go.
Okay.
And on these, I guess go ahead and call them all and
Okay.
deal with them all.
Agenda item number 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22, same address, 704 35th Street. Case numbers are CE 1902-0414, CE 20100264, CE 2103-0388, CE 1701-0078, and CE 1704-0430. Again, same address, 704 35th Street.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. Case CE 19020414 was cited on February 28, 2019. Property was cited for clean and sanitary, landscape requirements, maintaining of landscape, junk and abandoned vehicles, landscape maintenance, and removing prohibited vehicles. Property was given 15 days or $100 a day to achieve compliance. Property was out of compliance for 7 days, resulting in a lien amount of $700. Same owner as the applicant, as the violator. City is seeking 25%, $175. Case CE 201-00264 was cited on October 20th, 2020. Property was cited for clean and sanitary, landscape maintenance, maintaining the landscape, junk abandoned vehicles, fence and wall maintenance, and removing of prohibited vehicles, and as a repeat. The property was out of compliance for 13 days at $100 a day, resulting in a lien amount of $1,300. Again, city is seeking 25%, $325. Case CE 210-30388 was cited on March 17, 2021. Property was cited as a repeat violation, junk and abandoned vehicle. Property was given in the, I didn't see, and I could be wrong, I don't know if you guys see it on your end, but it didn't state how long it was out, but the lien amount was $3,600. And the city is seeking 25% on that one as well, which would be $900. Case CE 17010078. Property was cited on January 6, 2017. Property was cited for landscape maintenance, outdoor storage, and blocking of the right-of-way. Property was was given 30 days or $100 a day to achieve compliance. Property was out of compliance for 298 days, resulting in a lien amount of $29,800. Same owner, city is seeking 25%, $7,450. Case CE 17040430 was cited on April 20th, 2017. Property was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Property was given an additional 30 days or $100 a day. Property was out of compliance for 116 days, resulting in a lien amount of $11,600. Violator is the same as the applicant. City is seeking 25%, $2,900.
Good afternoon, Tony Pornprint on behalf of the owners.
This one's a little trickier because you got a lot of them to explain to me, but.
Well, 18, 19, and 20, we just had a bad tenant.
You had what, a bad tenant?
Yeah, I mean, these properties were rental properties. Obviously, we didn't know, none of my clients lived there. They're out of state, and when we found out about the licensing, we tried to get the licensing done, but we couldn't get the licensing done because the property was not in compliance, and my office worked as fast as we could with the property manager, and there's really no valid excuse, but we tried our best, and you know, we had a property manager, unfortunately, who was ill, and the owners did not want to dismiss him because he was ill, so they kept him, and this is why we have this financial loss coming up now. We're just hoping for some leniency here. We tried our best. I'm not going to make an excuse for my client. We know that I don't understand why he couldn't cut the grass, and we kept on asking the property manager, please cut the grass, cut the grass, cut the grass. It's not that hard. Because without the grass cut, we couldn't get the license.
No, I understand that, and I certainly appreciate your candor. That sometimes there just is no excuse, and but nonetheless, you are here, and you have several of these on the agenda. Like you say, these three are pretty easy. I think the last couple are going to be a little trickier, just given the amounts. But in case anything further from the city on these first three?
No, ma'am.
Anything further from you, sir, on the first three? 18,
I'm sorry?
19, anything further from you on 18, 19, or 20?
No, ma'am.
All right. In case CE 190-20414, I'm going to reduce the fine amount from $700 to $100, payable within 60 days. In case CE 201-00264, I'm going to reduce the fine amount from $1,300 to $130, payable within 60 days.
Thank you.
And in case CE 21-030388, I'm going to reduce the fine amount from $3,600 to $360.
Thank you.
Payable within 60 days. And then 21 and 22 are a bit higher. What was going on in those two cases?
Like I said, the property manager was sick, he was ill, the client didn't want to dismiss him, and we were under his mercy to get the property in compliance, and they kind of go relations with each other because we couldn't get a license until the property's in compliance.
What was in case 21, what was the nature of that? I don't know that I've definitely seen the outside storage, but what's the do not use? Is that just parking in the,
They just updated the code, so now we can't, now it's been updated, so in the system it'll tell you to
oh, I
do
see,
not-
so
yeah.
the code didn't
But at the
actually-
time, it was a valid code, it just has been updated since.
I see, okay.
I mean, I just don't believe that the grass was not cut for 10 months. That cannot possibly be.
Well, these violations for, it looks like there may not have been grass. And parking issues and outside storage, at least in case
Yeah,
21.
so that code 94-442B1, as you read it, tells you, it's basically there was no grass. And which, even when we went to do the inspections, which is what held us up, remember sod had to be laid down, a number of things for that property, a number of things had to be done before we could move.
To even get to
To get here
mitigation?
today, it was
Okay.
an extensive amount of work needed to be done.
That's a rental too, right?
Yes,
Both
ma'am.
of them are.
They're both rentals, they're both for sale to the same buyer. As soon as we resolve this issue and the ejectment of the other squatter.
Hopefully he comes with sod, the new owner, he comes.
I will
comes with
warn
grass.
him. I will warn him.
All right, for consistency purposes, I'm going to reduce these two, again, similar to the others. I appreciate you not coming here and saying you didn't know or whatever. I do appreciate your candor, and rental properties are difficult, but I'll grant reductions. In case CE 1701-0078, I'll reduce the fine amount from $29,800 to $3,000,
Okay,
payable within 60 days.
thank you.
And the final case, CE 1704-0430, I'll reduce it from $11,600 to $11,660, payable within 60 days. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, madam.
$1,160.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, officer. It's been a pleasure.
Guys.
Oh, thank you. Special Magistrate, I think that concludes today's agenda.
All right, with that, we'll stand adjourned at 2:10.